wings report in.
Red 10 standing by.
Red 7 standing by.
Red 3 standing by.
Red 6 standing by.
Red 9 standing by.
Red 2 standing by.
Red 11 standing by.
Red 5 standing by.
Here we go. Yeah. I apologize for the delay, my friends. I think it's worth it. Ready for our Sunday gathering of the tribes. I see Sarah. Sister wives are in the house. Sorrelita. Josh, I see you. Tyler. Back at you. Women cheat more. Did you know that? Our good friend Jedediah is going to explain it to us here in a moment. And my good friends at Red Pill Lions. Phil, let's go. Bet you didn't know that.
Women cheat, it's emotional and it's heavy, right? They get involved in these deep emotional affairs. Even if it's physical, it's also emotional. So it's very meaningful. And sometimes when men cheat, it's just not. It's just not. It's different. They just don't invest in the same way in those experiences. So it's just different. I'm not saying it's okay either way. For me, it's not. But it can be very, very different. And sometimes because of that, when women cheat and they do get so emotionally invested in someone, guys are like, shit. Because they know if you went and you cheated, you weren't just sleeping with somebody, it was like a whole thing that happened there. And that's gonna be really hard to break. Oftentimes those marriages just end because now she's in love with the other guy. When guys cheat, they're not often in love with anybody. In fact, they're like, they go out, they do something, they're like, oh, I never wanna see that. Like, I'm done.
How you guys doing? Nice to meet you guys. So, yeah, sure, absolutely.
Do you support Andrew Tate?
Andrew Tate, yes, I do support him.
Okay, all right, the interview's over.
The interview's over?
Yeah.
Well, I support him based on his belief of men being their best selves.
Okay.
Would you disagree?
Oh, I would 100% disagree with everything that he says other than that. Like,
According to the New York Post, women cheat more than men statistically. Do you agree with that?
I mean, I don't know. Done with this. Like, we're
Done already? Would you consider yourself a hoe?
Yeah. Get the fuck away from me.
All right, everybody, I'm Mark Savo, the youngest Savo brother, and we're back at it again on our weekly endeavor in New York. The New York Post says, statistically speaking, that women are more likely to cheat rather than men.
I think it could be 50-50. I think it more depends on like the personality than the gender itself.
Guys are more douchey. I think that it's more likely that guys are cheating.
It depends on what cheating is.
Yeah.
What do you define cheating as?
Having sex with someone else when you got a man.
Wrong. Sorry. Absolute bullshit. No, that's absolute bullshit.
For me, it'll depend on the situation.
Have you ever cheated before?
Once, yeah.
Can you explain us the scenario and why you cheated?
He called me clingy, so I called my ex.
So the New York Post made an article talking about how women are more likely to cheat in a relationship than men.
I think it's not true.
Because women are validated more and they got more opportunity to seek men.
I don't think so.
I don't think that's true either, honestly.
I feel like, not to look at people as genders, but just humans in general, I'm not sure how much it has to do with your gender if you cheat.
Don't you think we've gone just a little bit too far when thinking everything needs to be so broad that you can't stereotype a gender, like you were saying? Because how could it be possible for men to cheat more when women have so much more of the opportunity?
I think it's just really what you want, like Jackie was saying. Like, it depends on, like, if you come here, there's this whole thing, like, you're not a lot of people don't come here to find a husband or...
That's true. Mr. Big.
Yeah.
From Sex and the City.
But it's very much like a playground. I call Manhattan like an adult's playground, so it's very much just for fun. So I feel like in this, if you're looking at New York and you're looking at a statistic in New York, then maybe, but...
No, it was the New York Post that printed it, but it's like a worldwide or at least a national statistic. I'm saying, doesn't it make sense?
I mean, it depends on what you want. Like, I know for me, dating has been hard here, in all honesty. And, like...
Do you think that most men would simp for you?
Definitely, for sure.
You 100% confident in that?
1000%.
All right, so what are the chances you would want to do a couple interviews with us interviewing men?
A lot of chances. I'll definitely do that. Definitely.
All right, let's get it. We'll do 3 runs.
Okay. I got one question for you.
What's that?
Would you simp for me?
Simp?
Yeah.
I don't know.
You don't know, so you want like take me on dates and like buy me stuff and stuff like that?
I gotta take myself on a date first.
I didn't ask that though.
But then see, like, I don't want to give you the wrong idea and be like, oh, I'm ready to do some shit, and then I ain't got myself ready.
I feel like if I gave you the chance, you probably would.
You what?
If I gave you the chance, you probably would, right?
These hands?
Well, you asking for the number?
I don't know. I'm 20, so you might not like me.
Would you simp for me?
Would I what?
Simp for me.
Fake say yeah.
Fake say yeah. What that mean?
It's that fake shit, yeah. Like,
So like no dates, no gifts.
yeah, like spending mad bag on you, yeah, that's definitely something. Cause I'm not doing that for no female.
For sure. Would you simp for me? You looking?
Oh, nah.
No.
I'm not a simple type.
When was each of your last relationships?
A month ago.
A year ago.
Okay, whose fault was it that it ended?
My ex's.
Why was it your ex's fault?
He's the one that ended things. And then but in the long run, it was...
So it was actually your fault if he ended it, right?
No, not really. I was...
Well, why did he end it?
Okay, so Snapchat. So how many penises get sent to your Snapchat, like, per month?
Too many unsolicited.
See, it's a known thing.
What's the worst thing you think you've done during your whole phase?
Probably like gone for like several people in just one day. Like literally met up with someone in the morning and then another person at night.
Fuck, marry, kill Donald Trump, Andrew Tate, or Mark Savo. What would you do?
Kill all 3.
Wow.
You ever had a whole phase?
I have had still going through just fun phase. Like I wouldn't call it a whole phase, just a fun phase.
You said you're still going through fun phase?
Life is just a fun phase. Just do what you want to do. Have fun.
Okay. How would you describe men in general? First thing that comes to your head.
Entitled.
Entitled?
Yeah.
You don't think women are entitled?
No.
Wait, you think women aren't entitled?
I mean, not as much, no.
Well, the reason that men think that women are entitled is because we're just expected to perform in a relationship, whereas like generally girls are not really expected to do anything but be there. Like
Can Kevin ever do an interview with his shirt on?
there's no burden of performance on a woman.
I mean, I wouldn't agree with that.
Well, what do you think the burden a woman has to like carry in a relationship is to receive the things she wants from her man?
I'm just respect, honestly.
Just respect. So you just got to provide respect. I got to provide money, security, taking care of you emotionally, making sure that I don't do anything that makes you feel insecure. So that's the burden of performance.
I mean, I never expect that from men.
What do you expect from men?
Respect. I am an individual that's more than capable of taking care of myself.
But you need him to be the
I
idea.
don't do anything else but respect me as a person, as a human being, which has not been the case. So,
Damn, that's all you need is a dude that respects you?
yeah.
That's easy. I'm Savo, by the way. Have either of you cheated before?
Damn.
Yes, you have. You?
No.
You haven't. But you have, so why did you?
Cause he wasn't just giving me what I wanted. Like the affection, the attention. So I got it somewhere else. I was turned off.
But why not just end the relationship? Because you want to have your cake and eat it too, right?
That is a good question. I should have just dumped him. I should have just been like.
You wanted your cake and eat it too. In a way, you're like, let me still secure the man I got.
It is that. I feel like we be scared to lose something. So we just be like, okay, we can bust around and then we just have you.
See, but that's what's crazy is because that's why y'all cheat more than men, because you're so much more emotionally inclined to not be able to make up your mind on the spot at that moment. Do I keep this one? Do I fuck the hot guy that wants me? Because otherwise you would have just left the dude you're with because you were already so repulsed by him you didn't want to fuck him, right?
Yeah, basically.
So next time we're going to make better decisions?
We definitely do.
And you don't be cheating at all. So you're good in my book. This is the one that concerns me. Are you guys both single now?
No. Not. I'm talking to somebody, so.
Yeah. Are you going to cheat on him?
No, definitely not. Oh my God. I'm obsessed with him.
You have Instagram?
Yeah, I do.
Punch me in.
Oh, yes.
You guys live out here?
Mm-hmm.
That's me.
Okay, gotcha.
All right. I'll hit you up.
All right, gotcha.
Later, guys. Thank you.
Thank you.
And there you have it, guys. If you want to become a holder and you've ever thought of making content like this but wasn't quite sure how to get started, we feature holders on podcasts. And an upcoming utility is going to be sending holders out in the street with Mark and the street team, or taking your questions for Mark to ask girls when he hits the streets with his street team. RedPillLions.com if you want to become a holder. The Discord, whether you want to become a holder or not and just join the community. And Red Pill Lions on YouTube just for the content.
There you go. Welcome. I'm afraid I am probably have a little bit of latency today. Doing my best to get the show on the road here. You can see guitars are in the back. I am rapidly working on my where am I? Hold on. Sorry, I have a lot of latency here, guys. Give me 1 second. Yep, this is the new studio. Sorry, I am doing my best. There you go. How about that? Okay. That's in. Let me see if I can pull these out. Maybe that'll help. Move those out of there. Is that better? 1, 2, 1, 2. A little better. Sorry, I got a little bit of latency here. No, it's not the new camera. It's actually the same old camera. It's that I am plugging it in a new way here. So please bear with me. Actually, hold on 1 second. I'm going to remove myself and I'll put myself right back. Is that any better? A little bit. There we go. Where's Ned? Ned's actually outside in his big giant backyard now because we've got a lot of land. He's exploring the territory. Actually, Bambi's actually probably more curious than Ned right now. There we go. Sorry about the latency. I'll do my best to catch up. Anyways, what do you think of that? I am in the new Red One Studios right now. Again, I am not up to full capacity just yet, but I will be soon. I've got the new RLX coming in. So if I'm a little bit echoey in here, that's probably why. Yes. And apologies. I was going to get started at 12:30 and then I kind of edged the algorithm for a little bit there. Not on purpose. I actually wanted to get it off to an early start here, but I was too busy trying to actually put up the soundproofing in here, as well as the blackout curtains. I only have to deal with one window in here. So the natural lighting, I have like complete 100% control of lighting in here. It's awesome. The back, as you can see, the walls are painted nice black. So a new studio situation. I've got some new lights coming in. I've got some new little effects and stuff that are coming in. So yeah, edging the algorithm. Would you like me to explain? Because I would love to explain that one to you. Where's that light coming from? Oh, it's those. I'm like, where are these coming from? That's the modem that I'm actually using right now that's giving me all this latency. I apologize. I did not realize I would have to do all this crap. Can I do this? I wonder if I can I fade out? Yes, I can. 1, 2, 1, 2. Awesome. Yeah, this is this place is it's a multi-camera situation. I have lots of real estate here, by the way. You can see how far back I can go. See, so I might not actually have to be like really up close to the screen, but today is my test run. Thank you guys for being here for my test run. Today I'm going to talk about why women cheat, the whole thing that the Savo brothers were talking about right there. By the way, if you haven't, this is not a shill for the NFT or anything like that, but if you haven't seen the Red Pill Lions podcast, they're really kind of taking off right now. They just had Big Mo in there as an interview, and that really went big for them because it's Big Mo, right? Yeah, I'm happy to take questions probably throughout today's show right now because I'm flying by the seat of my pants, as you can see here. Again, if it's echoey in here, it's because I don't have the RLX up yet. How much game Savo had to put down in those spot interviews? His POV with game gets a certain response. Yeah, it does. Did you notice also that at the very, very beginning of the I know, really, where's the flagpole? At the very beginning of that clip, the first thing they're talking about is the women like almost automatically presume that you are on board with Andrew Tate. Like, oh, was this a Tate interview? Was this a Tate style thing? And I thought it was fascinating because they were Rocky, Mark, and Kevin were telling me about the process that they have to go through to to do those man on the street kind of things. And I want to say that those, like Mark, basically it's Mark's gig. Mark's been doing those sort of man on the street videos for a long time. I think they're getting a little bit more into it now because they're sort of integrating red pill material more so into those man on the street videos. So it's kind of interesting to see what the responses are, because they're like, I know there's a lot of people that are doing it. Like Adam Sosnick does man on the beach, interviews and stuff like that. There's a few other guys that are, they're pretty much known for going out and just asking girls questions on the streets, right? Because it's a podcast and the girl's like, oh yes, of course. And it helps that Kevin is like jacked and juicy as fuck, right? The reason I'm saying that, go look up Robert Frank and you'll understand where I get that line from. Thank you very much. But it helps that he walks in there looking like he does. So I think that probably makes the girls a little bit more willing to be interviewed. However, Mark is very good at it as well. Simply because Mark's really good at not letting a conversation drop. And if you see any of his stuff, it's you can go to the Savo blogs, I believe is what it is on Instagram. You can also see Mark Savo's stuff, but do go check out the Red Pill Lions podcast. It's off. They're an affiliate podcast of mine now, so go ahead and have a look at that. But I wanted to use that as sort of a kicker for today's show, because I was listening to a lot of podcasts as I was moving stuff from one studio into this studio. And I have about a half an hour drive from the old studio to where I am in the new studio right now, which, by the way, is still in Reno, Nevada, deep in the desert and in my underground bunker. It's even deeper in the desert, actually. And I'm not kidding. It's actually deeper in the desert. However, so I've got like 30 minutes there and 30 minutes back. So I'm listening to all this kind of stuff. And I was listening to the interview that Mike Sartain did about a year ago, like 11 months to a year ago, with Dr. David Buss. And this is, of course, right after David Buss puts out his book, Men Behaving Badly. Now, that was one of the few books I really couldn't make it all the way through, because Dr. David Buss and a few select other evolutionary psychologists, I get really frustrated with those guys, as I've said in the past. And the reason I do is because these guys go and pretty much commit their lives to this research, to this data, to experimental data, to research, to meta studies, to everything. And so you're looking at a guy who, by the way, Dr. David Buss, congratulations. I need an applause thing for you. 70 years old and fathered his most recent child at 70 years old. So game recognizes game. I don't fear wheat waffles. Okay. I'm just telling you, he's tricking you. Actually, I have a lot of respect for wheat waffles because he's fooling idiots like yourself. He speaks the language very, very well. So when here's case in point, right? Wheat Waffles is all about looks maxing. Great. Wheat Waffles is not a bad looking dude, no homo, but he's not a bad looking guy. He speaks your language very well, doomers. So maybe process that a little bit first before you start talking, asking me to go, you gotta go debate Wheat Waffles. I'm not going to debate anybody, to be honest with you. And what will we debate? He's basically a broken record. It's the same thing over and over and over and over again. And you know why you keep coming back to it? Because you get the same high and the same rush and the same, Gina tingles every time you go and you watch Wheat Waffles. And he knows that. That's how he builds a channel. He's tricking you. So go check it out. All right. Wheat Waffles I don't know if I would say he's a Chad, but he's not necessarily Wheat Waffles is a Chad. He's not necessarily a Chad, but I don't understand why a guy like that would really worry about too much about looks maxing or building a channel around looks maxing or building a channel around looks when he's not a bad looking dude. How old is he? Like he's got to be in his early 20s, maybe mid 20s. But I've seen pictures of the guy and I'm like, okay, I get it. And by the way, keep an eye out for the next Wheat Waffles. Keep an eye out for the next guy that comes along and throws you red meat, right? That's all I'm saying. You guys, I agree with probably 90% of what he has to say. Yes. The problem is that's, just grind the mill a little bit more. I said the same thing about Joker. I said the same thing about Coach Greg Adams. I said the same thing about any guy that's coming into this space without any real background to it. And when I look at, Wheat Waffle's sort of grift, it's not, he's a good looking guy. Like a guy like that who complains about not being able to, his main gripe is not being able to, it's like, it's all about looks. Yeah. Okay. And you're correct. Now what? So he's an interesting case for sure. Yeah. But who cares? You won't be, trust me, you won't be talking about Wheat Waffles in probably about 18 months. Everybody gets about 18 months in this space before they kind of tap out. Can you explain genetic celebrity again? Oh, absolutely, I will. Is it simply a person who appeals especially strongly to your subjective desires in a potential mate? No. So would you like the background on genetic celebrities? We will get, I promise you we'll get into cheating and all this good stuff today. Actually, that kind of gets into it. Kind of a nice segue. So what is a genetic celebrity? That's actually a term that I lifted from a book by Dr. Warren Farrell that came out actually before The Myth of Male Power, which I think most people know him for that book. But prior to that, he had a really great book, and it was called Why Men Are the Way They Are. He wrote it in like the mid 80s, I believe. And he did the research and the studies for it like back in the late 70s, early 80s. And if you know anything about Dr. Warren Farrell, and I do, and I credit Dr. Warren Farrell with kind of like waking me up during the 90s, because I didn't really read Why Men Are the Way They Are until like, I think 94, 95. And I think that was sort of like my first kind of like prompting to sort of think, hey man, maybe, intersexual dynamics or like what I know about game isn't really like, maybe there's something more to this. And that, by the way, if I ever have a book list, and I really need to do that, maybe I'll do that on a midweek show. But I have a kind of a love-hate relationship with Dr. Warren Farrell, because I really respect the guy as a statistician. Same thing with Dr. David Buss, same thing with Steven Pinker, same thing with Dr. Hector Garcia, another amazing evolutionary psychologist. The only people I think I don't really have too much of a problem with is like Gad Saad. I have a man crush on Gad Saad, as you know. And then Steve Stewart Williams, who's probably one of my favorites. And there's others too that sometimes I mention them, sometimes I don't. However, and Delman Lowe, I see you there, man. I will get you your books. I promise you. Keeping Ned off the OnlyFans 1 week at a time. Thank you, Ned's College Fund. Oh man, where is it here? I really need a wolf sound. Somebody give me here. You get one of these.
Y'all.
You can get a hey y'all. Man, I got a lot of 60 cycle hum in here too. I apologize for that. As far as Dr. David Buss is concerned, same kind of feel that I have with Dr. Warren Farrell. Now, in that book, he had a principle called the genetic celebrity. I think it might even be a full chapter there. And what a genetic celebrity was, or at least to him anyways, was the ideal, the physical ideal for guys. And remember, he's writing this back in the mid 80s. So it's like 86, 87. And I'm only like 18 or 19 years old when this is going down. But I kind of understood it at that time, during the 90s anyways, because it's kind of like you have a type. And I think the idea is the hottest chick in class, like if you're in high school, for instance, the hottest girl, the girl who's going to be the homecoming queen, the girl who is like the cheerleader that you couldn't get enough of, right? The girl who's like strippers are genetic celebrities. I would say probably, I'm trying to like update it for 2022. A genetic celebrity today would be the girl who is kind of like matches that physical ideal. And you go, yeah, that chick's a 8, that chick's a 9, that chick's a 9.5. There's no such thing as a 10. But that chick is like, she's an ideal. She's a physically, she's the ideal. If you go and you look at, say, like the chicks that were at Paradise Challenge, if you've been following Mike Sartain's Instagram feed, you can see that the women that are at Paradise Challenge. By the way, I won't say it's a bikini contest. It's really not. It's a photographer's contest. And Mike Tang was there. I'm sorry Mike didn't win, but he probably should have. My boy Mike was there, and then Mike Sartain. Mike Sartain and Mike Tang were both there. I thought that was amazing. And just, I am, by the way, if you go and you follow Mike Sartain's Instagram and you look at his reels and his stories over the last week where he's been in Paradise Challenge, which is in Jamaica, and it is nothing but the world's most beautiful women on planet Earth. And they are all in string bikinis and they're all having fun. And you would think that, okay, well, and I think it's at Hedonism or Hedonism 2 in Jamaica. And looks like an amazing time. Actually looks like paradise, right? You know, oh my God, here's look it's what Rush V would call Pussy Paradise, Poosy. And the women there, I would say, were by and large all genetic celebrities. So the genetic celebrity is the girl who knows she's hot, and and everyone in the room knows that she's hot. And so she's a celebrity by default, or by virtue of being the hottest girl in the room. So therefore, she becomes the genetic celebrity. And then, of course, that escalates by order of degree. So, like when guys say, "Oh, well, I'm into girls with like big boobs and or small boobs, or blonde hair, blue hair, big ass, small ass, whatever it is," that could be defined by the context of where that girl is. But the genetic celebrity idea is that woman, by virtue of being the hottest girl there, is the celebrity in the room because she's the girl that all the other girls are going, she looks like a slut, like that. And then there's the guys who are just like trying to be, that's the genetic celebrity. So just so you know, and no, free spirit, you're probably not a genetic celebrity. Here, I'll give you that intention you're looking for. So anyways, Dr. Warren Farrell came up with that. And back then, the genetic celebrity was kind of premised on the idea of social constructionism, which a lot of things were back then, because we didn't really have much of this. We didn't have anything like the same information that we have today, certainly in the 21st century. I have a lot of respect for Dr. Warren Farrell because he is from a generation of scientists, for lack of a better term, who had to do all of their research analog. So there's no widespread internet. There's no social media. There's the statistics and the data sets that we have in the 21st century, like certainly in 2022, were not available to Dr. Warren Farrell. Yet he's still doing all of the legwork himself, probably spending a lot of time in libraries, probably spending a lot of time, doing, research. And what I mean by research back then was actually going and looking at the papers, the actual hard copies of the papers. So I got a lot of respect for him like that. He's one of the last of the old school. So is David Buss, I would say. Steven Pinker, more probably, one of those guys as well. However, what frustrates the hell out of me is that you've got these guys who have a very well-researched, well-studied, consummate statisticians, went to the trouble to do all of that in an age where there was like no internet, or very limited internet at least, and still come to conclusions that are very, like, I don't know, I won't say ignorant, but like maybe willfully ignorant of the dots that they should be connecting, at least in my opinion. And I agree with my opinion, but the thing that frustrates me is they have all of the data, but yet the conclusions and the dots that they connect sound very much like them trying to fit their personal views or their personal biases or their personal, like their lifestyles, in some cases, like Jeffrey Miller, for example, fitting their lifestyles into, like, force fitting the data to make their lifestyles work for them. I'll get to that later. I've talked about, and again, I don't have a problem. Why does everybody think I have such a problem with Jeffrey Miller? He blocked me. Okay, I got it. But you know who hasn't? Dr. Diana Fleischman, which is his wife. So I kind of get like third party info from him. But I think one of the reasons he blocked me is because I took him to task on his poly lifestyle, or his polyamory. And I said, dude, as a evolutionary psychologist who has done the research, has done the experiments himself, especially when it comes to research on envy and jealousy, you should know that there is an innate, evolutionarily, adaptable, mate guarding strategy in both men and women, which we're going to talk about today as well. I'm glad that kind of segues into what we're going to get into. But that mate guarding strategy is not something that we had to learn or pick up. It's something that's innate to human beings. And that's one of the things that confounds the idea of being able to sort of live a promiscuous, polyamorous, open relationship, open marriage lifestyle. And it always will, because that'll be something you've got to tamp down. And of course, there's all kinds of rationales that go along with that. And that was the problem I think I had with Jeff is, and I don't disagree with his conclusions. I think he's spot on when it comes to his assessment of how like music and art are adaptive. They're like peacock's feathers, right? It's those are art and music and creativity, like creative intelligence is a selected for attribute or aspect of human beings. So there has to be something that's sexy about a creative, like a painter or a musician. There has to be something innately sexy about a guy who knows how to work with his hands, who knows how to build things, who knows how to instinctively, but like it could be learned, I suppose, but to sort of come back from adversity. Like you get zeroed out and you're like, okay, screw it. I'm going to go right back to work. I'm going to get this thing back on the horse. Right. So he knows stuff like that. I've read his work on creative intelligence, I guess for lack of a better term, creative intelligence, but like just how like art and music and a lot of this stuff are really adaptive behaviors that are reproductive strategies. Great. Awesome. But it all flies out the window when Rollo Tomasi brings up the fact that perhaps poly is not the best practice or not, let's put it this way, not pragmatic when it comes to mating strategies for guys or women for that matter. When you have your main and you have girls on the side, which kind of comes back to cheating here in a little while. We'll get why do we even have a concept of cheating in the first place? And I think for the longest time, men have been the ones who are the cheaters. And now here we are almost 22 years into the 21st century. And I'm going to show you some stats and we're going to go through some articles here today. In particular, the New York Post article that was mentioned in the Sabo video here. I'll read that to you because it sort of casts a unflattering light on female nature. And I'm going to offer some ideas as to why I think that is. I'm going to try to connect some dots for you. But we need to sort of understand why cheating is a thing in the first place. Why don't we just all live like bonobos? Why don't we live like, egalitarian hippies in the jungles and just, love the one you're with? Why can't it just be like Woodstock? Why can't we just do stuff? Why does it feel so unnatural? And yes, I still have Devil Mountain coffee. Yeah. Can't be without it. What do you got here? Does hiding phone and Facebook friends for certain means a girl is cheating on you? Does hiding phone and Facebook friends for certain mean a girl is cheating on you? Is there still a chance, or is it all over at this point? Dude, that is that's kind of I would need more context to understand that. I will explain something. Actually, let me. Okay, you win. I'll give you something here. Here you go. You can have this. And you got it all for a €5. Is that a euro? Yeah, €5. Super chat there. Thank you. Heavenly Light. Oh wait, no, I should have given you this one instead. Heavenly Light. Okay, so does hiding phone and Facebook friends for certain mean a girl's cheating on you? Well, it's kind of like one of those situations like, well, if you don't have anything to hide, then what does it make any difference? Now, I've actually addressed this before on several different shows, and I've got a full-on jealousy and envy post, and I don't believe I put them in any book, but I explored the jealousy and mate guarding response. Mate guarding, by the way, is in book 5. That is in the Player's Handbook, which is this book right here, that one. Go get it now. It's also on Amazon. It's on Audible as well. But I do talk about mate guarding in there as well, and how guys can sort of leverage that, of course, for game purposes. However, the fact that it exists in the first place is really kind of like the meat of today's show. So when I talk about mate guarding, you can't talk about cheating. You can't talk about infidelity. You can't talk about monogamy or the lack thereof, or promiscuity for that matter. You can't talk about with any of that without bringing up jealousy and the jealousy response. And I want to also tag on to that suspiciousness or being suspicious, like suspicion. That well, you probably read this. This is in the first book. I have a chapter in there called Gut Check. And in Gut Check, I tell guys this. I said, you know what? The reason why you're asking me, hey, Rollo, is it a bad sign if my girlfriend doesn't let me see her phone or doesn't give me the codes to her phone, or she is still on Facebook and she has Facebook friends? And is it a bad sign that she still has her Instagram even after she says she loves me? She won't show my face, but she'll show my hands and my foot in a soft launch. Is that a bad sign? Yeah, dude, that's a very bad sign. That's a completely bad sign. You know what that is? You're the guy who will just do. She's not 100% sure of you. I can definitely lay that one down for you. But the very fact that you're asking that in the first place, that's what I want to get at. Like when guys go, hey, Rollo, what does it mean when XYZ? Okay, there's the issue that you're at XYZ, right? You're asking me this. And then there's the reason why you're asking it in the first place. And like, I think a lot of guys could save a lot of money. Like you could save a lot of money by coming to my, my group chats on Patreon, by the way, which is once a month, every middle of the month. Go ahead and join if you'd like. We have a Zoom call once a month for 2 hours. But when I'm on there, a lot of the guys can answer their own questions before they even ask them. Like they know what they should do. They want Rollo Tomasi or Rich Cooper or Ryan Stone or John MLD or God knows who else to give them permission to dump that where is it, to
dump that bitch.
Yeah, that's usually it, right? Like guys say, well, what should I do when this happens? Get out. Yes. You already know. You don't have to ask me this question. You can save $5. But what I'm more curious about is like, why are you asking me that in the first place? Because there's the issue itself, and then there's the reason why you're asking it in the first place. And usually those two are connected. And in this case, that gut check, that instinct, there's part of your like sort of innate instinctual self is saying, this doesn't feel right. There's something like she's behaving differently. That's you want to know how most cheaters get caught is in women's peripheral, let's just say for women in this case, it could be for men as well. I think because men, you're asking, hey, is she cheating on me for sure if this happens? There's an instinct, I think, in human beings because we have so much riding on reproductive success and our investments in reproduction because we have to take on such risk. Particularly women have to take on a lot of risk because obviously pregnancy and they have a higher cost for reproduction. Men also take a risk too, in the form of maybe getting cuckolded it's really kind of opportunity cost. It's the time I could have been spending on a better opportunity with a woman who is not going to cuck me for a lifetime. You want to know why guys off themselves when they're like in their 50s or 60s and they've suddenly realized, thanks to 23andMe or whatever, some blood test, they find out that the kid that they had, and they're even empty nesters, right? Guys will off themselves because they find out that the child is not actually their child. And you think, well, logically or like emotionally or whatever, I think it's confusing to women. Like, why would a guy want to do that? He still loves the child, even though it's not his, and he's still emotionally invested and it's not his. And he shouldn't kill himself. How dare he kill himself? It's an offensive thing. I got found out. Sorry about that. Let's cry it out for a little bit, but then let's move on with our lives. And you still love our child, after 23 years or 30 years or whatever, however old you are. But guys will still off themselves, or they'll still kill the wife, or they'll kill themselves because of an infidelity that happened like 20 or 30 years ago. In fact, somebody sent me this a tweet of a story of a guy, I think he was in his 80s, and he divorced his wife because he found out that she had cheated on him probably like 40 years prior or something like that. I don't know. And guys are like, oh man, like who's the asshole, right? That Reddit thread where it's like, oh, who's the a-hole here? And I think most people, if that guy, on that story, I'm sure it's probably on that Reddit thread, but on that story, I'm sure people would say he's the a-hole because, doesn't he just love her anyways? And, can't he forgive her or whatever? And the guy's like, no, I can't. And that goes back to that jealousy response. That's how important it is. That's how intense it is. And I don't think enough women really appreciate the jeopardy that they put themselves in those situations. That's why you're asking me right now if she's not letting me see her phone, if she's still on Facebook, or she's being secretive in some way. The reason why your gut is telling you that is because something is in her behavior is not sitting right with your instinct. Now, what do we say about instinct, emotion, and reason? Instinct is the fastest and usually the most accurate, oddly enough, interpretation of stimuli, like the world surrounding us. So like I said, if I throw something at your face, you're going to instinctively flinch, right? We have instinct level, lizard brain level, like hind brain, brain stem level instincts that we have that have to become autonomous, autonomous. They have to be autonomous to us, because if they're not, we die, right? I mean, instinct, really, you could also say, right now I'm not thinking about breathing, but you can take over that. But when I'm talking to you and I'm thinking about other things, the autonomous nervous system kicks in, and that's part of that. Well, there's also the parts where it's like your peripheral awareness is aware of something that's going on, or there's kind of inconsistencies in behavior that you're used to, and that your peripheral awareness is kind of like it's used to seeing predictable patterns. And when something changes in those those patterns, you might not cognitively focus on those things, but your instinct goes, whoa, dude, what's happening? Holy crap, she's cheating on you. You should check her phone. You should snoop on her. And that's just, again, this is the jealousy side. There's other responses that we can talk about as well. Like there's other human, instinctual responses. That's one of them. And that's one of the things that I think a lot of guys sort of like struggle with the most, is that suspicion. It's not even so much jealousy as it is, she cheating on me? Like I haven't had that feeling in a very, very long time, right? I've been married for 26 years. I do remember, however, a long time ago, and I mentioned this in the gut check essay. If you would like me to post that up, I'll be happy to. But in the gut check essay, I mentioned this one time. I was on my way to work. I usually go to the gym really, really early, get done, shower up, and then I'm on my way into work. This is when I was, work for casinos and stuff. And I happened to see my wife in her car, and she was driving across like a highway, and I knew it was her. I know my own cars, right? And I'm like, what's she doing up this early? Where's she going? Like instantly, like the instinct was like, and you're instantly think like, I got no reason to believe my wife is cheating on me, right? But the first thing that jumps into my head is, why is she there at this time? Because it's bright and early. She's not going to work right now. I'm like, what's going on? And then of course I realized, okay, she's probably taking my daughter to some appointment or something like that. But just for the briefest instant, I'm just like, right? That's the hindbrain. That's the gut. And it's a feature. It's not a bug. So when you say, Rollo, should I snoop through her phone? You're probably going to do it anyway. So you don't need my permission to do it. But what you need to ask yourself is, why is your instinct telling you that you're suspecting that maybe the things aren't the way they are? It's most likely because some pattern is not consistent with the way that you're expecting. And that's peripheral awareness. And I could get into peripheral awareness if you want. It's like, there's only so many things we can, like I'm focusing on the camera right now. I also know that Ned's probably over here and I can still hear this goddamn, 60 cycle hum. And I know what's going on in my periphery right now, but I'm focusing on what I'm doing right now. Human beings can only focus on so many things at once, but we are required to take into consideration all the things that are surrounding us. There are certain things that we move to our peripheral awareness because we can't focus on those things until such time as they become demanding. Like I said, if I throw something at you, you're gonna duck out of the way because that's the instinct. But the peripheral awareness side of things is, it's sort of there's so much information on planet Earth, right? There's so much information that we're bombarded with. We can't possibly keep up with it all the time. So we push the things that are less important to the periphery. And so we can focus, put our cognitive focus on things that are more important. Now, sometimes those things that are in our periphery become very, very important. Oh my God, there's a saber-toothed tiger off out of my peripheral vision. I better get out of the way, right? There's, suddenly something will happen. Though that peripheral awareness is where your gut instinct is right now. So what's happening is when you go, it's sort of your gut telling you, be suspicious. She could be cuckolding you. And the reason why it's so important to you is because you have so much riding on investing your resources and your time and your emotional investment and everything else into that one woman who has promised, hopefully, to be loyal to you. And the reason why loyalty is so important to men is because it is an insurance against getting cuckolded, an insurance against wasting your time on planet Earth and not passing your genes into the next generation. Now, you can rationalize that away and say, well, I don't want to reproduce, so why do I care? I don't have to worry. Yeah, okay, fine. But 200,000 years of evolution still says it's very important that I don't get cucked. Even if your software is corrupt and you're like, I don't care, we shouldn't have babies anyways. So that's the software corrupting the firmware at that point. But the process is the same. The machine and the firmware is still the same. Your operating system, your starting operating package, your operating system package, it's still the same. Whether you think it's important or not, like cognitively, you're still going to feel jealousy. You're still going to feel envy. You're still going to, unless you condition those out of yourself, you're going to still feel revulsion. You're still going to feel those things because that's just the human state. That's just how we evolved. That's what the machine is built upon. So when you get suspicious of your girl, well, how come she's still on Facebook? Like, that's actually a brilliant observation too. It's like, now think of that, think of social media, think of Instagram and Facebook and whatever, anything in the future that women are going to be at, or OnlyFans, right? Even OnlyFans, like guys get like emotionally invested in their favorite OnlyFans girl. And so there's that envy or that jealousy of like, oh, she's spending more time with the guys who are like paying her, like her pay pigs, right? It's like having this kind of virtual vicarious relationship with your favorite OnlyFans girl. And it's really about like wanting that connection. Well, that connection right there, if there is some sort of betrayal of trust or there's some sort of betrayal, you will still even feel jealousy and envy and disgust and revulsion of your favorite OnlyFans girl, even though you probably never met her in the flesh. So it's that innate machine that is responding to stimuli, even if it's virtual. So now it's Facebook. Now it's Instagram. I saw her on Instagram and she was with dudes and she was at she was at a rave with Mike Sartain and Electric Daisy Carnival. I don't know. But you never met this girl. I don't care. She's mine. Why does he have to get her? It's that sense of ownership. That's another thing, by the way. Men develop, well, women too, human beings in general, we develop a sense of ownership. I've got an essay about that as well, but that's why you feel the way you do. That's why you're suspicious. Now, so what should you do? What you're going to do anyway. Go look, go, confront her on it. Go right ahead. I mean, if you want prescriptions there that you're going to do, you already know what your prescriptions are going to be anyways. So go have at it, bro. Damn, son. Edward Petrasovitz. Davistanya. Comrade. I have no idea what that means. Women do cheat more, but I doubt most of those guys were alpha. Women do cheat more, but I doubt most of the guys were alpha. Really? But they can, but most of the time a woman won't cheat on an alpha male with a few exceptions. Okay. Yeah. We'll talk about that here in a bit. I've got some really great video on all of that, but we're going to look at some articles because I think those are a little bit easier for me to keep up with, honestly. Let's see. Let me push down a little bit more. Sorry, chat. I will catch up here. Blackest Panther. Women definitely cheat more, and they are definitely not better at hiding it. Yes. But they are better at managing it. I'm going to show you why here in just a moment. They're better at managing infidelity than men are. I'll tell you why. The reason they don't get caught as much is because the men they cheat with know how to be quiet to not lose the sexual access. That is definitely a factor in one of the articles I'm going to read. But Blackest Panther, very good. You go to the head of the class, my friend. You get one of these.
Hello there, children. How's it going?
Yes. You have to remember why that woman is cheating and who she's doing it with and who she's doing it on. Let's keep going here. I saw some other ones down towards the bottom. I haven't been able to star these things because you guys got me monologuing. Check these nuts. Really, dude. After 23 years, she finds out she nixed his bloodline, so he deleted, and he's the selfish one. Laughing my ass off. Yeah. And I'll tell you what's really kind of upsetting, I guess, as like a dude in the manospheres. I have a lot of guys, a lot of followers in Kenya, and I guess it's Eastern Africa, like Uganda and Kenya, and Nairobi is Kenya. I forget the other countries that are over there. Kenya, by the way, is one of my largest followings in the African continent, and I am constantly sent these stories from like Twitter followers or guys in my DMs. And by the way, I love you, Kenya. I even gave you a shout out, by the way. I gave Kenya a shout out in the introduction of book 5. And here's the reason why is because they'll send me stories about what's going on as far as the intersexual dynamics and the social, the state of sort of, I guess, intersexual dynamics in East Africa. And one of the most common ones I get is like guys who are getting cucked later in life, like retroactively cucked. Meaning like she kept the secret for so long. She cheated on this guy and he'll never know because who she cheated on was not a white dude. And the guy will off himself, or they're very, it seems to me that they're very sort of, there's a masculine pride that still exists in East Africa right now. And so rather than sort of deal with the fact that the guy got cucked, a year ago or 2 years ago, he would rather off himself or off his wife or whatever. And I get the instinct. I understand why that would be, because it's a loss of investment. It's a loss of resource, especially when it's towards the end of your life. Say, for example, you're 65, 70 years old and you discover that your wife's been lying to you or keeping a lie, secret, that the kids that you had, like say you had 4 kids, all 4 of them aren't yours. They're actually, the pool boys or somebody else. Oh, and by the way, the thumbnail today, not a streetcar named Desire. Anybody else know what that was? I'll give you 100. I'll give you a Don DeMarco if you can tell me what that shot's from. Because I thought it was very apropos for today's topic. But not Streetcar Named Desire. Anyways, yeah. So like as you're saying, check these nuts. Deletes his, yeah, exactly. And so you're 70 years old and you discover that all 4 of your kids aren't yours. How do you respond to something like you basically invested your entire life in putting the kids through college, emotionally investing in them. You were at all of their graduations, all of their high school, all of their soccer games, all of their piano recitals, all of their weddings, assuming you're old enough, maybe you even have grandchildren that aren't your biological grandchildren. Right. And so, yeah, that does a number on a guy, particularly because it's very important. I mean, I would say it's probably one of the most existential important things. Well, really for any male of any species, but certainly human beings are no exception to that. So yeah, how do guys deal with that? Well, they can either go into denial and rationalize it away for themselves, or they can off themselves, or they can go out in a blaze of glory. I'm not going to be able to reproduce because I've already done all that. That part of my life is gone, but those kids are not really my kids. And I never had any legal obligation to keep those kids, happy and emotionally happy and best all I did. And women don't understand. Well, they're still your kids. We raised them. It's just like you're an adoptive father. No, it's not, because you've been lying this whole time. That's what was it? Chris Rock was saying, who lies more, men or women? And then, men lie more. Okay. Well, what about women? Women have the biggest lies, which is it's your baby. So, and that was funny back then, but it's funny because it's true. So who has the more damaging lies and who lies more and who has the most intense lies? like the life damaging lies. So, you can argue with me on that if you'd like, but I would argue this is that, especially when it comes down to investing your life in one, it's kind of like, I want to say it's almost, it's a parallel, or it's analogous, let's just say, to a woman who finds out that the guy that she settled down with or has kids with, that guy's not as alpha. He's not what he sold himself to be. And, oh my God, I've got kids with this guy. I either got to get an abortion, or I have to sort of put up and shut up and settle for this guy who I thought was, a surgeon or a doctor or a lawyer or something like that. And it turns out he's really not. He's a sandwich artist at Subway or whatever. And that it's almost like an existential betrayal. I think for men, that existential betrayal can last for a lifetime. Whereas for women, it's like, okay, I've had this guy's kid. I can either abort it, or if I don't, I have the kid, I keep the kid, and I get out of the relationship, and I do my best as a single mother to try to find somebody else. And, if we can just, turn society around and make guys think that single moms are their, Christian duty to marry, then maybe things will work out for me. I think recovering from those bad mistakes or absolution, let's just say, of bad decisions for women is much easier than it is for men, because men have a higher investment cost, I guess, in the long term. So when we talk about how, women have a higher reproductive investment, yes, they do. But when you look at it in the long term, and we're supposed to, pair for life, right? We're supposed to be our mom. We're supposed to be mom and dad for the rest of our lives, not just 18 years. And I will be the first one to say that, because my daughter is 24 and I'm still dad. I'm still paying for shit. And I'm still, she's still hitting me up for fatherly advice, and she still, needs her dad at, 24, not 18. It didn't just all magically go away at 18. This is a lifetime commitment. Just saying, throwing that out there. Sometimes that lifetime commitment, you find out at 60 or 65 that the kids aren't yours. And you think about what you could have done, or what you might have done had you known about it earlier. And the deception was perpetrated, let's say, in an era before there was 23andMe, before there was, a commonality of like sort of genetic testing and things like that. Or perhaps there was treatment for genetic diseases and things, or maybe you passed on something because it's a gene that's in your family, and you got to give your kids, make sure your kids don't have it, and then suddenly the doctor finds out that it's actually not your. Sorry about that. This is why I got to get the RLX up. But suddenly you find out that it's not your kid. Well, yeah, that's, it's like cheating that has lasted a lifetime. And I think that gets lost in the sauce here. It gets lost in the mix up here, because when it comes down to like infidelity, that's one thing. Oh, honey, I cheated on you. I'm sorry. Oh, can we work it out? Let's go to marriage counseling or whatever. Yeah, you're really the one for me. Or I'm out. See you later. Bye. That's at least there is a cutoff point. At least there's some closure to all of that, because if she's out and she goes off with her lover, or you bail out and you do your own thing, whatever it is, but you find out the kids aren't yours. But imagine you're still married, and maybe you're in a sexless marriage, maybe you're not, but you discover that your wife has, and it only works one way. Guys can't fake that the kid's not hers, because she has to have the child, right? So it only really works one way. That's why when I was, I think it was on Jedediah Bila's show, and I mentioned this as well. Oh, no, it wasn't Jedediah. It was Leah Halpern. I was on Leah Halpern's show, and I don't know how we got on this topic, but it was the topic of women who would name their children, their sons in particular, after ex-boyfriends, after the ones that got away, after the alpha widow, the guy that was the one she wants to constantly be reminded of. So if his name was Dave or something like that, and your name is like Schmo, then your son's now, I want to name him Dave. Okay, sounds good, And then you find out from her sister or one of her, her cousins or whatever, hey, wasn't Dave your old boyfriend's name? Like, you'll find out, and guys will try to like, oh really? And yes, I'm aware of what's his face, Adam Levine, like naming his daughter, I guess, after some chick that he liked or something. Like, I get it, it could go both ways, but like very rarely, whenever I hear it, it's usually the woman who's like naming the son after a former lover, after the guy who left the most alpha impact on her. That is far more common a situation. However, the reason why that's like an existential betrayal is because it requires the guy to believe in a lie and to believe in this. You got to maintain the secret for a lifetime. And it's, you wonder, like I have had these conversations before. Well, people say, well, infidelity, or no, it is cuckoldry is really not as common as you think it is, right? It's only like 10%. It's only, I've seen it as low. I've seen numbers as low as 2 to 3%. And I've seen it as high as 30%. It just depends on who's doing the research and who's collecting the data and interpreting the data. So if we can say it's as low as, let's say, 3% and as high as 30%, let's just take it in the middle there. So what, 15, 16%, somewhere around there, let's just say. So if that's the case, it seems like, oh, well, it's very, very rare, cuckoldry. Well, the reason why we call cuckoldry what it is right now, or we say, oh, well, she had a secret love, it's a love child. It's my love child. You don't know that it's yours, right? It's really not yours. That level of betrayal is an existential fear of men for men, I guess. And because we want to know that the damn kid is ours, because if it's not ours, it's not going to be ours. I married a slut who fucks like a prude, right? I have invested my resources, my time, my territory, my life, catering my life to afford this woman a lifestyle and these children a lifestyle. And I believed this whole time that those kids were mine. That's where jealousy comes from. That's why we have the jealousy instinct in the first place. That's why it's very, very important. That's why it's so powerful in human males. And the jealousy response, the envy, the suspicion is a survival adaptation. It's a psychology or a psyche, part of the male psyche. Now, women get jealous too for other reasons. Now, there's different reasons why we do. But we get jealous as a result of not wanting to get cucked, guys, anyways, because we don't want to get cucked. We don't want to lose our investment in that woman and in that life because we think that the kid is actually ours. And we find out suddenly that it isn't. That puts everything and it throws everything into chaos. Maybe divorce her, maybe kill her, maybe kill yourself, maybe whatever. I don't know. Depends on how that guy reacts to it. But that's something that is going to set guys off. I mean, it's one thing to have a mate guarding response, and that mate guarding is also intimately connected to that. Mate guarding is basically behavior, right? Whether it's cognitive or not, but it's also tied intimately to jealousy and to envy and to, wanting to know that the damn kid is ours. That's why we have, formalized monogamy. And yes, so shout out to the guys in Iron Disciples. I saw your response video, or I got about halfway through it before I had to start. But the idea of wanting to have to be married in the first place, that was to reassure guys that woman is going to be loyal. The fidelity is going to the damn kid is going to be your kid. If I have to give up my access, if I have to give up unlimited access to unlimited sexuality, I'm okay with that because you're hot and I love banging you, and you, as long as you stay in shape and as long as the kid is mine, I will move heaven and earth for you. I've got a video from Andrew Tate here in the Tate files in a little bit here, talking about exactly that, with Patrick Bet-David in Madrid of all places. But it comes back down to the want. Like, why is marriage a raw deal for guys? I talked about this last week. Why is marriage a raw deal? It's an all downside proposition for men. Why is it that men have more maneuverability and more access and more opportunities outside of marriage than they do inside of marriage? Well, it used to be that the only way you could have sex was to get married, right? That was like supposed to be the rules. Or at the very least, if you weren't, when you did get married or when you did become monogamous, then you were supposed to be patriarchal. Patriarchy at least implied that you had to be responsible for your wife and your kids. You had the authority over them, but you were at least responsible for them. Or you were supposed to be responsible for them, or else you were not a man of integrity and a man of honor, a man of responsibility, yada, yada, yada. Now, back in the day when you had the authority to exercise that responsibility, that was great. But the whole thing hinges on one agreement, one assurance. The damn kids are going to be mine. I will forsake all others. I will, in sickness and in health, for richer and for poor, till death do us part. You know, all the old marriage vows, those aren't just like, you know, flowery, oh, it's so romantic. No, those are terms of the arrangement. Those are terms of the agreement. Here's what I'm going to do. You know, for better or worse, for richer, poor, sickness and in health, you know, to love and obey, you know, and to make sure that the damn kids are mine, because I'm compromising my innate mating strategy and women are compromising theirs as well. And that was the agreement. That was the arrangement. That's why you have those words and you vow. You promise to do those things. Well, now all bets are off. Women don't. I make my own damn money. It doesn't. Even rich or poor. Fuck that. If you're not richer, if you don't say, if you get poorer, then I'm out. And divorce is always on the table for women. It always will be. I've had that debate with I had that discussion with Pat Campbell way back in the day. So yeah, does it? You know, is jealousy? That's why jealousy is so important. That's why envy is a thing. That's why, because men want more than they have, so they can actually have more for their kids, at least when they get into that position. Why is it that men are status seeking? Why is status a big deal? Why is jealousy a big deal? Why is the male burden of performance? Why do men have burden, competency? Why is it that more competent men are more, at least attractive in the, for long-term security than guys who aren't? Yeah, well, you can provide for kids. Well, if I'm doing all of that and you want me to be a better man, and that's a big buzz, that's 90% of, masculinity brands today is, you need to be the best man you can be, living your best life, becoming the best version of yourself that you can possibly be. Great. Awesome. I'm going to be the best version of myself. Of course, TradCons want you to do that because it solves women's problems. But I have to say, I understand why black pill doomers and guys who want to check out don't see, the juice ain't worth the squeeze. I understand that, Aaron Clary. I understand that completely, because what happens? What's the payoff? What's the juice? You still want the juice, but you're like, this is what I have to do to get it. I have to become somebody else. I got to be what this woman or what a female gynocentric social order wants me to be in order for me to get to those rewards that I don't really actually need marriage for in the first place. And God knows, is the kid going to be mine? That's another thing. And then finally, I want to point this out as well, because when we talk about cuckoldry, you have to, if we're going to talk about cheating, we also have to understand the importance of cuckoldry and why it is that women cheat and why men cheat. So when men are cheating, it's usually for sexual access. It's usually they have already committed to monogamy with a woman. And that is, remember, monogamy is a compromise of the male mating strategy. It's also a compromise for women, I know, but we're talking about guys right now. So it's a compromise of the male mating strategy, because ideally, if you're a top 4.5% guy who can get laid, who enjoys the sexual rewards and intimacy and interests of women, it's in his best interests, at least, for as long as he's on top of his game at his peak sexual market value, it's in his interests not to spin plates, to not be exclusive, to not be married. It's in his best interest to do that. And I think most guys who are lesser men, and I mean that in the most scientific, clinical way as I can put it, but guys who are lesser men would rather he not, because it takes more women away from them. I mean, on a larger scale. And that also comes back to why do women cheat? Well, usually it's an opportunity. For men, it's opportunity, but it's also a reason. And I want to point this out. I got to preface today's show with that as well, because I've had this conversation with Justin Waller and a few other select people when I am talking about infidelity. For cheating to happen in the first place, there has to be at least an implied contract, if not an actual, formalized contract like marriage or something like that. There has to be some kind of like, are we boyfriend and girlfriend? Are we Facebook official? Are we, it's not a soft launch. You're actually showing me in your Instagram. You're giving up all of that because you're showing me on there, and you're going to lose followers because now all the guys that wanted to get with you realize that you're with me. And now you're going to sort of take a hit to your brand, and you love me that much and you're into me that much. Great. I'm into you. Awesome. We're going to be, we have an arrangement. Okay. Whether that's spoken or unspoken, the monogamy as a formality, that's a thing, but you have an implied contract. So when I say it's wrong for guys to cheat, I'm looking at it from a pragmatic perspective here. You can add morality all you want to it. I'm not saying that there's not a moral aspect to it or ethical aspect to it as well. There is, but that ethical aspect exists because you have an implied contract. So it's like breaching contract with a business partner. At least from the way I'm sort of filtering it right now. Okay, is she evil? Is he evil? Is it ethical? Is it non-ethical? Right? Does a man have a commitment to the idea of being committed, like respecting his promises and his commitments, or is that man's commitment to himself? I have essays about that as well. But when we're talking about cheating, there has to be an implied contract to be considered cheating in the first place. Otherwise, you're just spinning plates. And that's why guys get me like, I could never spin plates because I would be scared that one of them would find out about the other one. Yeah, well, that's not spinning plates. That's you being an idiot. That's you thinking in a scarcity mentality rather than an abundance mentality. But if you read my I'm trying to think which one it was. There's 6 plate theory chapters. And in those, I explain this is like, if you have to explain that, or if it's not implied that you are non-exclusive, you got to be prepared to like let some of them fall off. You got to be prepared to say, I'm going to date non-exclusively. And that means a girl says, you know what, I'm not cool with that. You have to be cool when she walks away. Okay, fine. You've got other opportunities. That's what you're going to do until such time as you say, okay, well, this one, I want to get with this one. Fine. But the reason why that whole, not dating non-exclusively exists, or spinning plates and not worrying about whether one finds out about the other, is because there's no implied contract, especially if you keep it above board. If you keep it all above table and say, hey, look, I see other women. You can see other guys too. I don't have a main. I'm just dating non-exclusively. Right. And if she's not cool with that, fine. If you're a high value enough guy, or if you got your shit together or whatever, most guys can't spin plates because they're scared to, because they live in a state of scarcity. But let's just say, for sake of argument, you are actually spinning plates. It's not about cheating on, like one thinks that you're monogamous with her and the other one does too, and the third and the fourth one think you are. That's not spinning plates. That's you trying to have multiple relationships at one time. And yes, if there's an implied contract of exclusivity, of loyalty, of honor, or whatever else, then yeah, you probably are. I would say you're cheating for sure, because there's an implied contract, whether it's implicit or complicit. That's the case. Okay, got it. But in any case, whenever there's cheating, there's always an implied contract, because you have to cheat on the contract. You have to cheat on you gave her your word. You said you wouldn't fuck anybody else, forsaking all others, right? You broke your wedding vows. Yeah, that's a breach of contract. You broke the terms of our agreement and the basis of our marriage, the basis of our relationship. So, goddamn, man, I got a lot of latency here. I was supposed to have the highest goddamn upstream modem here too. I'm gonna have to check that out. So, I wonder, actually, I think maybe I should go hardline in through the back of it. I'm not doing wireless, by the way. I am hardlined in right now. So anyway, so for cheating to exist, there has to be an implied contract for you to cheat on in the first place. Got it? Good. Okay. The other part of this is that when guys cheat, there has to be opportunity and there has to be a reason. Okay. For women, I would argue that there's probably it's much of the same, but there has to be opportunity and there has to be a reason. Women's reasons are going to be way different than men's reasons. So the way I look at it is this way: and I whenever I talk about like, let's see, high value men should cheat. Maybe that's the question we should have. Should high value women be able to cheat now? Because clearly they're cheating more than men are right now, and I'll give you some idea as to why that is. But there has to be opportunity and there has to be a reason. Now, most guys today, most beta males, the 80%ers, guys who are married, guys who are maybe in long-term relationships, they, especially guys who are in sexless relationships, which account for anywhere between 20 and 25% of all marriages in the United States right now. And what do we mean? Let's clarify terms. What is a sexless marriage? It is having sex 10 times a year, meaning less than once a month. That's at least clinically, I think that's the definition of a sexless marriage. Okay. If it's even less than that, well, my friend, you're in a sexless marriage. Okay. So there's a lot of guys who, even if they aren't in a sexless marriage, they're probably just kind of like, they have a reason, but she's a nag or he's not, he's the beta male that would do. Most women, when they marry guy, but just if you look at it statistically speaking, if you just look at the numbers, just the pool of available men, there are always going to be far more of the 80%ers, far more beta men than there are going to be alpha guys that a woman would really prefer to get with, but maybe she's just not attractive enough to get those guys. And so she settles by order of degree. Well, who's she settling on? Not the guys who are in the 20% and certainly not the guys who are in the 4.5%, but she's settling on the guys who are the 80%. So just law of averages. Just like looking at the pool of available candidates, odds are you're not the best that your wife could have done, or she thinks that you are not the best that she could have done in some way, shape, or form. So how does that manifest in your relationship? It's usually the reason why you want to cheat in the first place. Well, I want variety. Most guys, most men take that impetus to cheat and they turn it into pornography. That's why they're addicted. I'm going to show you some stats here too in a minute. Really these even surprise. I've been doing this a long time, 20 years. These stats even surprise me. So I'll explain to you why that is. But when I talk about like pornography is a vicarious way of men getting, unlimited access to unlimited sexuality. That's what pornography is. Unlimited access, unlimited sexuality. It's vicarious, but your brain doesn't know any different. So that's why guys get addicted to porn, and that's why we have it. That's why it's free. That's why you don't have to really look very. Hell, it finds you. It finds you in your hell. They'll text you free porn. You find it in your inbox, right? It's not hard to find porn. Hardcore porn. I can remember a time when there was like a thing called softcore porn. I remember when it was like just getting a Hustler or a Penthouse magazine or Playboy or something. Like steal it from your uncle or something. I was like pirate's gold, right? But that was never hardcore. That was just kind of like, oh, she's a hot chick. She was a genetic celebrity. Like that's, by the way, Playboy centerfolds meet the criteria for genetic celebrity according to Dr. Warren Farrell. Just let's to be a little bit, being clear here. But it's not that hardcore pornography. That was something that you had to really go find. You had to go to a sex shop back in the day to find that. Now it finds you. So, and why? Because it's unlimited access to unlimited sexuality, which of course, everybody wants some. Everybody wants some. David Lee Roth, man, he knew everything. Now, let me catch up here really quick before I continue. I don't want these things to get out of control. Mr. Innominate. Mr. Innominate. Sounds like a James Bond villain. My old man compared the gut check mental flinch exactly like you got slapped in the face. Yeah. Had one with my ex and turned out she was cheating. Yeah. Because I tell you, the thing is in gut check, I explain, I'm not saying like every time your instincts are right. Okay. Yeah, I have no reason to believe my wife was cheating on me like that one time when I saw her driving around. But my instinct was like, what's she doing here? That's not something that's instinctual. It's like throwing something at you ducking out of the way, right? It's an instinct. And it's a feature, not a bug. You're not a bad person for suspecting that your wife or whatever is like going, stepping out on you. Right? Because if it wasn't, then you wouldn't exist. And that nature, that jealousy nature, that mate guarding instinct, that suspicion, if that didn't exist, you would not have your ancestors anyways, would not have successfully reproduced. So obviously it is a successful, advantageous evolutionary adaptation, whether it's in your psyche or whatever else, right? It's part of your evolutionary firmware. So clearly, I'm not saying that there's some, occasions where it's like it might get you into trouble. Sure. But it exists because more guys who were jealous reproduced than guys who got cucked because they weren't jealous. So that's just nuts and bolts, man. I don't need that degree to explain that to you. Sam says, hey, Rollo, just wanted to thank you for everything you do. Fresh and Fit, the Tate brothers have helped me in ways that no money can repay. That's okay. I'm not looking for your money, man. Here you go. It's a new day and a new studio. Everybody gets a Don DeMarco. I got to find my own Don DeMarco. Blackest Panther. The shaming tactics from women when they realize they are about to get caught is why men fight those instincts. Yes. Most men have a scarcity mindset and are afraid to be shamed for trusting their gut. Yeah. And the other thing is remember this, children.
Hello there, children.
Remember this, children, is that instinct exists as a counterbalance to women's instincts. There's a reason why you have mate guarding instincts, because enough women on our ancestral past were not trustworthy, were as duplicitous as men would let them allow them to be, to the point where it became something of an instinct. It was so important, it had to be pushed to our peripheral awareness because we can't constantly be looking around, she really fucking this guy, bro. The guys who are like really insanely like OCD possessive of their women. Those are the guys who can't push that to that instinct, mate guarding instinct to the peripheries. And it's you have to remember that mate guarding on the part of men, and also, by the way, on the part of fathers and brothers. It's not mate guarding per se, but it's like altruism. It's like family, tribalistic altruism. Like when it's like shotgun wedding, right? You don't want to mess with that girl's dad because she'll kill you if she finds out that she's been with you, kind of thing, right? Or brother, she has a big brother. He's like 6'10" and he'll kill you, right? Because you're disrespecting his sister. That's my sister, bro. Oh my God. Like run. Like that instinct. It's not, I wouldn't say it's mate guarding per se, but it's a guarding of the, we call it virtue, right? And we turn it into something magical, but the latent purpose of it is like, I don't want that outsider, that guy to father children with my sister because I don't want that asshole in my tribe. Because he's a scumbag and his family is a scumbag and everybody that's associated with him is a scumbag. And I don't want my daughter marrying a scumbag or getting impregnated by a scumbag. So therefore, I'm going to go and I'm going to guard her. Maybe it's not mate guarding, but it's sister guarding. It's, female guarding. And fathers do the same thing as well. But of course, that's a contingency for the fact that women will want to get with the guy who's the asshole from outside the tribe. And I can also show you research that shows that I think it was Marty Hazelton who came up with this, is that when women are in their most fertile, when they're in their proliferative phase of their menstrual cycle, that's when they don't call their dads as much, or they try to avoid the contact with their brothers and their fathers. Because it is, theoretically speaking, I'm not saying this is not a law, it's not set in stone, but like the theory is that the reason why daughters avoid fathers during their ovulation is because it minimizes the mate guarding instinct or the daughter guarding instinct in men. And so that's a contingency. So you got to remember that there's, like, if you're suspicious, that's a contingency against getting cucked. However, women also have contingencies against your being jealous or your being suspicious. And usually, there have been many forms of this throughout history, but usually today, it's you're an insecure, toxic man. You're insecure in your masculinity. That's why you're suspicious. You have no reason not to trust me until you do. Here's you, and here's the guy she told you not to worry about. The reason that's a funny meme is because that's the contingency. Once again, you're making fun of a contingency that is a contingency for mate guarding. So I'm pointing this stuff out. It's just nuts and bolts, man. Again, if I'm wrong, please let me know. But I can show you I think I can probably dig those up. But it was the idea. It's actually Yeah, I could dig those up. I think I know where the PDF is for that one. How daughters avoid brothers and fathers during the fertile parts of their menstrual cycle. They don't call them as much, or they don't like talk to them as much, or they try to like get out of the house. Get teenage daughters try to get out of the house. There's also, you can also look at what is it when a father is not in the household. Or like say maybe he's been divorced, he got kicked out, or maybe he's been killed, whatever. The father is not in the household, and the daughter hits like puberty. She hits it earlier when the biological father is not there. That's a fascinating. That is a well-studied, researched fact that girls they physically mature faster when their fathers aren't there. Now, of course, the evolutionary theory behind that is that it puts that young woman, going soon to be young woman, into a fertile state where she can be sort of either wifed up or she can get impregnated, and then hopefully that guy is going to fill in for the father who is no longer existent there. That's the nuts and bolts of it. I'm not saying it's right. I'm not saying it's wrong. There's a lot of very ugly facts when it comes to Evo Psych with those with respect to all that. However, once again, getting back to mate guarding and jealousy and suspicion and all that good stuff, that also is a contingency against cheating. So keep that in mind as we move on. Let's see. Contingencies for contingencies. It's an escalation. Like the sexual marketplace is really an escalation of contingencies between men and women. Rollo, thank you, Rollo, for breaking down our male instincts like potential detecting paternity, fraud, cuckoldry. Nobody does it like you and your books. Black men especially are targeted for stepdad time. Yeah, especially. And I'll tell you that you want to know why they are like black men are in particular. If I can get this focus back. The reason why black men in particular are is because there is still this sense of we need fathers to be more active in the black community. We need them to respect our black queens. That was very highlighted, I would say, with Kevin Samuels. One of the reasons why black women hated Kevin Samuels so much was because he was sort of going against that narrative. I'm not the stepdad, I'm the dad who stepped up. And you got like, mother, you got father, brother, I should say stepfather, brother, uncle, elders at the church kind of thing, guys who really want to reinforce and absolve women really of their bad reproductive choices. So also remember, and I got my data on this as well, is more affluent women are more likely to abort. Less affluent women, women who live below the poverty line are more likely to have the child. And the reason why, of course, is because there's a lot of special dispensation that comes when you have a kid. So so again, how does that affect the social situations, particularly the black community, but also in the white, other Latino, not Latinx, Latino and white communities as well. Anybody else? Walt Masher. You know what? I have been remiss in my chat. Oh, I got Myron. Oh no, what's up? Okay, sorry. Why is Myron texting me? I know Myron is in the UK right now, which is great. I'm glad they're having a good time out there. Let's see. God damn. Oh, here we go. Okay, Sammy. Sorry, Sam. Now I see you. Thanks for gut check again. I will put gut check in the chat here in just a second. Actually, can you do that for me, Sam? Can you put gut check, the link to gut check in the thing? Walt Mosher said, oh, Jesus Christ, I got so much to do. Sorry, I'm going to catch up with these. Walt Mosher says, if a woman has a steady, very discreet sugar daddy and her long-term boyfriend does not know, how will that impact their relationship if they get married? Well, how do you think that that's going to affect their relationship, right? How do you think that, it doesn't even have to be something as extreme as like, as being a sugar baby, right? I guess, right? How's that going to affect their long? Well, who's she marrying? Who's she getting with? Who's long-term? Who's good? What's the context of the long-term relationship? If they get married, that guy is still living in the shadow of the fact that he's married a prostitute, essentially. And I'm not uncomfortable in saying that. She's not a sex worker. She's a prostitute. She's not a gold digger. She is a prostitute. End of story. I mean, can we can we please use the correct language here? She's a prostitute. What she does meets the criterion for prostitution. That's not hard. Well, how's that going to affect you? I don't know. How's that going to affect that guy? Is he going to rationalize it away? There's a million things could be, I'm not saying, well, was it right or it's wrong? Well, clearly it's wrong, but like you can draw those conclusions for yourself, but she's just doing what she's doing because she's trying to get ahead in the world. Is she going to have an alpha widow? Is her sugar daddy going to be, I don't know, how beta is that guy? So I think that's, by the way, I don't mean to run you up the flagpole there, Walt, but these are the kinds of questions that you are, if you're a man of say, if you're in my prime demographic, which is 25 to 34 right now, if you're in that prime demographic, you're going to have to deal with this. Do you want to get with, where do you draw the line? What's the threshold for you to say, you know what? I don't want to get into a relationship with a woman who has already been with a long-term boy. Now he doesn't know about that. The secrecy of that at some point, it kind of depends on the woman. Like, can she just sort of, justify and absolve herself and reconcile the fact that she is a prostitute and reconcile the fact that the guy doesn't know. It's kind of like, well, I have an essay. We just talked about this too on Rule. By the way, Rule 0, if you haven't seen it, it was on John Fitch's channel. It was actually very, very good. We talked about the Madonna whore complex or dynamic, I guess. It was a really good conversation. It was myself, Ryan, Aaron Clary, Paul Benjamin came in for a little bit, and then of course it was on John Fitch's channel. Go check that out. It was very, very good. The conversation was like here, top tier. But the idea is that how does that create? Is she going to be an alpha widow for her sugar daddy? Probably not. But how's that? I think there's too many variables. First of all, are you going to out alpha this guy? I don't know. What's the guy like? How's that going to impact the relationship? Well, you're going to find out. What was it? Riley Reid and then Lana Rhodes, like both former. Is there anything such thing as a former porn star? Former porn stars now regret doing porn, and of course Riley Reid, who's been railed in a million different ways, who basically taught sex ed for a generation of guys. Now suddenly she's against. Now suddenly the prodigal daughter returneth, and now she's against it, and Lana Rhodes is against it. Well, that's the extreme version of this question here. You're always going to say, well, you know what? There's a backlog, there's an archive of hundreds of thousands of video hours, let's just say, of Lana Rhodes and Riley Reid and God knows whoever else. You're a good Christian girl who's now wants to be a pastor's wife who was a former porn star. There's still guys out there rubbing it out to that chick right now. So how does that affect you? You have to really be in denial, or you got to find some way to sort of rationalize it away for yourself. So perhaps, maybe the Lord can help you with that, but that doesn't mean you're not going to deal with it. So yeah. I mean, I'm not saying that's not a dumb question, Walt. I think that it's a pertinent question right now because more and more guys are going to be dealing with that as women who were, or maybe still do, have OnlyFans, and you're like, how do I get my wife out of OnlyFans? And oh God, sexfind4.com. Yeah, it's too early for you yet. Wait, like sex spammers, wait till the last 30 minutes of the show when I'm tapped out, and then you'll have much more success because you're just going to get blocked. It's funny. I don't know why it is sex links in my spam my chat, and I get how little do you think of my audience, sex spammers? Come on, man. I just had this question just a moment ago about the sugar baby and Lana Rhodes and Riley Reid, and you're premature. Come back in about an hour and a half. Rollo, remember when Rachel found Ross cheated? Rachel's reaction was based on the sex act, not the love. Yeah, spitballing here. Do you think this was the plot to illustrate that men and women are equal? Yeah, back then, definitely, because we still believed in social constructionism. And we fervently believed in the blank slate. And so we figured, well, if guys cheat for this reason, then women must cheat for this reason as well. So, because by the way, that's a good illustration of the fact that we want to find commonalities between men and women. So if men cheat because who cheats the most? Men, of course. Okay, well, how do men cheat? Okay, well, in this case, Rachel's going to be the one cheating. So what's the only frame of reference we have? Men cheating. So now we're going to turn Rachel into a guy, and she just wanted to have a one-nighter with this guy, and it doesn't matter. It's just sex. Just sex. No, for women, it's not. For guys, do I need to reinstate that? Do I need to repeat that? I will. So here's the deal. There's a fundamental difference in why men cheat. I was saying before, like opportunity and reason. Okay. There has to be an implied contract, number one. Number two is there has to be a reason to cheat, and there has to be an opportunity to cheat. Most men, the 80%ers, the guys that win, the most guys in the world, the guys that have the largest pool of guys that women are marrying, they don't have opportunity whatsoever. They're fat, they're overweight. You look at again, numbers game. I don't need stats for this. All I need to tell you is, and you already know it, 75% of the United States population is overweight. That includes guys. 35% of those guys are morbidly obese. 40% of those women, including Lizzo and all the girls on her dancing, hippos channel, all of that, they are also morbidly obese. Scientifically speaking, that's their designation. So sorry, not sorry, Lizzo. However, those guys do not have the opportunity. They're either too fat, they're too naive, they're too in their fields, they're too in their scarcity mentality. They would never dream of cheating on the one girl who would have sex with him, or maybe she's number 4. I think men have anywhere between 4 and 7, I think, is the average sex partner count for most men, at least in Western countries. And I would lay that right at the feet of the obesity epidemic, or the overweight epidemic, or whatever. And Cappy is right. Aaron Colary, you're right about this. Get your fat ass in the gym, right? You want to improve, you want to be the best version of yourself. Well, it starts right there at Gold's Gym, or wherever World Gym. Don't go to any place that has fitness at the end of it. That's not a gym. It has to say Gold Gym. Just saying. Robert Frank will back me up on this. It has to be gym. Anyways, yeah. So you've got opportunity. Most men don't have opportunity. They have plenty of reason. Their wife won't fuck them. They're fat. They're overweight. They're not attractive. They don't know what the hell they're doing. They're, maybe they got, erectile dysfunction. Who knows? They're working dead end jobs. They're the brokies, right? That's what Andrew would call them. So you've got guys who would probably cheat if they got every reason to, but they have no opportunity to. No chick want, no, Rollo Tomasi ain't got no hoes, man. No woman wants to get with them. That's the opportunity side of things. So some guys will try to create that opportunity, either by using escorts, or they get a real prostitute, or maybe it's OnlyFans, or perhaps it's they want to live it out vicariously through pornography, or maybe they're sugar daddies, right? That's also an option as well. So it is possible to create the opportunities to cheat, both for men and women, by the way. But most men simply don't have the opportunities, because the vast majority of men, particularly the ones who are already paired in the first place, who would be cheating, they don't have the opportunity. Now, then there's the rare exceptions, such as myself, and I would also throw like Justin Waller in there, and some of these other guys who have lots and lots of opportunity. I have had opportunities to cheat for pretty much my entire marriage. Pretty much prior to that, even. That was one of the reasons why I say, like, people say, oh, how did you vet Mrs. Tomasi? And that's why I said this. I said, I didn't vet her. I vetted myself. I said, is she the kind of woman that I can be loyal to? And once I got past that, then I'm like, okay, yeah, now let's go get onto the value added side of getting serious with this woman, right? So, but I had to get past that first because I had lots of opportunity. I was spinning play. Hell, I was dating non-exclusively when I was dating Mrs. Tomasi. I had at least 4 girls going at the same time back then because I had just, by the way, let me give you a little bit of background there. The reason was because I had just got out of that relationship with the BPD girl and I was just sort of like making up for missing out. Right. So I had lots of opportunity. I have always worked in industries that I was around very beautiful women if I wasn't selecting them myself. Now, I am not Mike Sartain's level of selection, but when I was working in wine and spirits, I was working around beautiful people all the time, selecting women for, martini fests and liquor promos and on premise and off premise and parties and even executive events and stuff like that. I was the one who was doing the selecting, right? I was the art director / media guy / principal creative for a lot of those brands. So I'm around women all the time. I'm also, even when I was working in casinos, I'm working on productions and I'm working on promos where I have to deal with a lot of younger, beautiful women all the time. So that's one of the unique situations I've always been in, even after I was married. But again, I had no reason to cheat on my wife because my wife takes care of me quite well, even now to this day. And I still have opportunity right now. And this is not a humble brag. This is not, this is why I don't use myself as an illustration. Now, there's a lot of other guys who are in the same boat, right? They are with a woman who takes care of them, even though they have the opportunity to cheat. But they're usually what happens, those guys, the women that they're with realize that guy is the kind of guy that other men want to be and other women want to bang. And so as there's that hindbrain realization of that, prompts behavior on the part of that woman to say, you know what, he's a good dog, but I got to pet him to keep him on the porch. Right. And so that's why, in fact, I would argue that that's probably the healthiest way to have a good marriage, or if you're going to go that route, the healthiest way to have a good marriage is to have that situation, that setup where you have opportunity, but she gives you no reason. And so she takes care of you and the cooking's good at home and you're a good dog because she pets you to keep you on the porch, right? I've been doing this a long time. I've been doing what I'm doing right now for a long time. I've been doing my, working in wine and spirits. And then I've done pretty much my career has been every vice except for pornography up to this point. And some people would say softcore pornography is actually part of my job now, but it's not. But again, opportunity and reason. Lots of guys have a reason, but they have no opportunity. Very few guys have the opportunity, but no real reason to, right? So that's what offsets for men. Now, I would argue that women have something very similar. And as women believe, or they get into believe that as women get into, like, say, the global sexual marketplace right now, they believe that they have more, like anything is a reason to cheat on the husband. Anything is a reason to get out of a less than opportune, optimal situation with that guy. When women are in a marriage where they're both earning about the same, or maybe even the guy's earning a little bit more than her, as soon as she gets into a corporate environment or she gets into a job where she's making more money, or she's got a promotion and she's got a higher status than him, she's making more money than he is now. In some cases, it might be astronomically more. Those possibilities, or that potential, exists more and more today than at any other time in human history right now. And as a result, we see that precipitates divorce more than anything else. So when the guy is not making as much money anymore, he better be hot and fun and in shape and have 6-pack abs and be 6 feet tall. He's got to in some way compensate for the fact that she sees him as a resource drag. And again, that goes back to women's sort of innate psychology with respect to that. So is it true that women cheat more than guys? I would say that in the past, that I would disagree. I would say, yeah, of course, guys cheat more than women too, because men have our innate mating strategy are selected, meaning that we want to spread the seed. It's in our genetic DNA best interests to, parentally invest in one or two or three, a few main chicks, and then to spread the seed with other, opportunistically breed as we can, because from a genetic evolutionary perspective, it makes better sense for guy. We have very low reproductive costs. It makes, we just, ejaculate and evacuate. That's a good breeding plan for men. I say good. That's an efficient, pragmatic breeding plan for men. Now, socially, there's a lot of repercussions, no doubt. I'm not saying it's good or it's bad. That's why I had to backtrack. It's a pragmatic, practical way of reproduction for men. Now, societally speaking, and in perspective of like the women that guy is with, women need that investment. They need long-term security because they only have a certain window of fertility where they can secure, they can secure long-term security, right? They can lock a guy down. So when we look at the differing reproductive strategies, innate reproductive strategies of men and women, they are at odds with each other. So that's going to, provoke or prompt less than ethical behavior. Let's just say breaching of contracts, breaching of compromises. And so like I'm going to read you these stats here in a second here, but like when 68% of Christian men admit to being addicted to pornography, from an ethical, from a moral, from a scriptural perspective, are their wives justified in divorcing them because it's infidelity? You're not actually fucking other chicks. He's just watching other chicks fuck other guys and fuck other chicks probably too. Is that an emotional infidelity? Are women justified in divorcing a guy if he had an emotional affair? He never put his dick in any other girl. Is her saying, you know what, he's having an emotional affair, so that's sexual infidelity. And the Lord said, or Jesus said that, divorce is forbidden unless there is sexual infidelity. And that seems to me like it is, because I'm defining sexual infidelity from a woman's perspective, not from a man's perspective. So when Bill Clinton says, I never had sex with that woman. No, but you got a blowjob, right? Yeah. Well, does that meet the criteria? Well, for a guy or for a woman, it just depends on whose criteria are we talking about. So, what is this? Check these nuts again. The same reason they off themselves is the same reason men seek virgins. Yeah. That's why virginity is not a social construct. Progressives, wokesies. It's not. The word has a real meaning. There is such a thing. There's a reason. Yeah, postman always rings twice. Somebody got it. Where'd it go? Who gets it? PS got it. There you go. You got it. That was Jack Nicholson, and I forget the chick's name. Somebody give me it's not Helen Hunt. It's forget the girl's name. Postman always rings twice. That was about infidelity. That's the thumbnail shot, by the way. That was not Terms of Endearment. No, it's Postman always rings twice. Nice try, though. You get one of these. Here.
Say my name.
Thank you, Craig English, for whatever that was. Gina. The image is from Postman always rings twice. Yes, 1981. I think it was early 80s. I remember watching. By the way, I'm gonna date myself here, Gen Xer here. I remember when that came. I couldn't watch that because it was rated R. I couldn't watch that in the theaters because I was too young to watch it in theaters. But I remember when it came on HBO, and we're like, "Oh, I bet there's nudity in it." Yeah, there's a lot of other things in that too. Kind of off topic. But did you still plan on writing red pill fiction? I am already writing red pill fiction. Would you like to know how and why and where? I remember you saying that a while back that you might. Talons, yes. I am, and so is Vince, and so is TJ, and so is, I believe, Amos. I'm trying to think who else. All the guys from Masculine Geek. By the way, this is something we've done sort of behind the scenes, but we're doing a collection, let's say, of short stories right now that we're going to publish. I would say probably we're still kind of putting them together. We're supposed to, our deadline, by the way, is like December. So that we can publish this collection of stories. I would say, I think by March is what Vince wants to do it, but he's the one who's heading it up. So yes, actually, you are correct. I am writing some red pill fiction, and so are TJ and Vince and most of the guys on Masculine Geek. Drew Drew Bay is as well. A good example of mate guarding for me was my gut reaction to seeing our chiropractor massaging my wife's neck during or prior to doing an adjustment. I felt a flash of jealousy or rage for a few seconds over another man touching her. Yeah, I would feel the same way. That's instinct. Here you go. You get one of these for that too. That was a really good one. And I see you're an XRP. Okay. Yeah. This is why, you know why I'm vehemently against poly and polyamory is for exactly that reason. You're not going to eliminate entirely the jealousy response. And you want to know why cuckold pornography is so popular right now? Like you watching what Jack Murphy watching his girlfriend get railed or Destiny or whoever, right? You want to know why poly is so popular right now is because it's this half measure. It's this meeting. It's this idea that your wife's ain't never going to be satisfied with you, and so you got to go and commission a bull to come and bang her out for her, right? And that if you don't do that, then you're not secure in your masculinity, because only a really masculine guy is the dude who's gonna let some other dude ride her to glory right in front of you while you're fucking there with your dick in hand, right? That the reason why that's a thing right now is because there's so many guys. Because I would lay that at the feet of social media first and foremost, but I would also say it's a generation that has been raised on pornography, but it's also one that where men who are in that 80 percentile who are married realize that they are never going to be their wives are either going to cheat on them or they're going to allow them. They're going to be good with it, right? They're going to be okay with another guy fucking their wife or fucking their girlfriend, and they realize that that's really the only opportunity they have. So they've got to find a way to sort of rationalize it. They've got to find a way to reconcile that. So they've got two options. Either they can continue to be the 5'4" white kid with a beard and a 4" dick, and they might make a lot of money. And the girl's with he got a girl who's out of his league. Let's just say, I don't believe in leagues, but he got a girl who's out of his league, and I think on some level of consciousness, on some level, on an instinctive level, he realizes that she's going to eventually cheat on him anyways. So he can either be good with that, or he can sort of live in this, knowledge that she's only having obligated sex with him and she's miserable and whatever. And she's probably going to end up cheating on him because she has more opportunities than he's ever going to have. And so therefore, if he wants to be in a monogamous relationship or a semi-monogamous relationship, he's going to have to be cool with having her get railed by some other dude, right? Okay, well, how does a guy go about doing that? And this is where my point of contention is with a guy like Dr. Jeffrey Miller, okay? It's this idea that you have to eroticize your jealousy instinct, which I think is, first of all, it's dangerous. And second of all, I'm not sure how well most guys can do that. Now, of course, what guys will tell you who are in the poly thing, like a guy like Destiny, a guy like Jack Murphy, a guy like who's that kid on Fresh, Trillstein. The way that they rationalize that is, hey man, they can go do whatever they want to, man. It's so what's the difference between that guy and Jack Murphy? What's the difference between Destiny and Jack Murphy? We ran Jack Murphy out of town. Probably because he's trying to pretend to be like Mr. Holy and Mr. He's trying to be TradCon dude. Yeah, so there's some duplicity. Maybe that's the difference. At least it's above board with Trillstein and Destiny. But when you look at poly from a beta male perspective, they're not doing anything. From a practical perspective, they can rationalize it however they want to, but from a practical perspective, they're doing the same thing that Jack Murphy was doing. Certainly Destiny is. I don't know what Trillstein's sexual habits are, but you could certainly make the case, or there's certainly parallels, let's say, between Jack Murphy and Destiny, at least in their what they profess to be their. I don't have a camera in their bedroom, but that's it's essentially the same thing. But one guy is ostracized and the other guy gets another spot on 2 or 3 spots on Fresh and Fit. And we talk about that. And it's like, well, why are we going to put the cuck beard on guys who, why are we going to put the cuck beard on Will Smith for a thumbnail because we think he's a cuck for smacking Chris Rock at the Oscars? But we don't do that with Destiny. We don't do that with Trilstein. We don't do that with guys who are like openly, admittedly saying, yeah, I let other dudes fuck my women. Then why would you be with them? Like, why would you even imply the contract of being in any way exclusive with that person? Why not just simply spin plates? That's so it's not like you can talk, it's not ethical, it's not this, it's not biblical, it's not moral, whatever. Okay, but put that, I'm not saying you're right or you're wrong, just put that discussion to this, let's table that for a moment here. From a practical perspective, they were doing the same thing. It's the same fucking thing, man. One's a hero, one's not. One gets you clicks, and the other one is like, we haven't heard from him in almost a year after he came at Sydney Watson, right? And now the cuck beard is the universal sign for cuckoldry. So why are we're okay with Trilstein letting his 2 girlfriends get fucked, but we're not okay with Jack Murphy, who is essentially doing the same thing with one girl, I guess. I don't know. Putting a dildo up his butt. Who knows? But we're okay with that. I mean, if practically speaking, action-wise, behavior-wise, that's what we're doing. So there has to be some sort of rationale for guys who are okay with that. And how do they get to that point? Why is cuckoldry porn such a big thing? Why is poly even like being discussed? Like this generation, I don't think people really realize, like maybe the last 2 generations, I guess, like discussing like poly or open relationships, that, that was something that you did at 70s key parties back in the swinging 70s, maybe at Studio 54 or something like that. Back when the sexual revolution was in full swing before AIDS was a thing. But now, we have more access. We can actually develop that sort of swing and singles thing a little bit more now, but we have to find ways to rationalize it. And one of the ways Dr. Jeffrey Miller has proposed is that guys need to find a way to eroticize that jealousy instinct, because you're gonna be jealous, and only cool intellectuals who are, more evolved humans males can do that, because it's usually the men, because men are the ones who have that violent response, as 2-bit user here was just saying a minute ago. It's like, yeah, we have that flash of jealousy and rage just from a masseuse or masseur or whatever touching his wife. Well, why is that instinctual? And should we eroticize it? Should we condition ourselves to be cool with that? Should we, gaslight ourselves into thinking that we're more, secure and strong and a surprising source of security from my masculinity? I think that was the title of Jack Murphy's essay. A surprising source of security, right? Letting my girlfriend get fucked by a guy on Tinder. You have to rationalize it for yourself. They have to gaslight yourself into thinking, into tamping down that jealousy instinct until you can't do it anymore. And you guys probably don't remember this girl, but her name was, she was a congresswoman from California. Her name was Katie Hill. And she was like an outspoken feminist, and has been like run out of town because she was in a relationship with one of her staffers, who was female, by the way. And she lived a quote unquote poly lifestyle, and she was married to a guy, and he was cool with it as long as she was banging other chicks and he could get involved. But the minute another dude came into the picture, into their open relationship, that's when he lost his shit and he started outing her. And she basically killed her political career. Katie Hill, go look at Katie Hill. Go look up that. It was like, I think it was 2020 or 2019. I'm not really sure. She got ran out of town, and she's, she mouths off now and then as a pundit, on MSNBC once in a while. But the reason why she's not a congresswoman anymore is because of the fact that that guy that she was married to couldn't reconcile or couldn't eroticize well enough his jealousy instinct. So, I mean, that was one example, probably many. Like guys who don't have any options, guys who don't have the opportunity, as I said before, when their wives or their girlfriends do have opportunity and they figure they're going to cheat anyways, or they're going to lose out on their investment with that woman, then the best thing in their minds at that point is to sort of reconcile and rationalize and program themselves and condition themselves to be cool with it. And how do you do that? Well, you got to be okay with her having a bull come over and fuck her every now and then. And if you can make money off of OnlyFans or whatever, then you're that much better off, right? Thank you, Larry Dixon. I'm in the middle of reading When Men Behave Badly. Dr. Buss claims there is new data that refutes the alpha fucks beta bucks. Yes, I'm going to get to that. Actually, that was part of the things that I was talking about. Is he reading the data wrong, or is there a new model of mate insurance correct? No. I'm glad you brought that up. Actually, I think maybe I'll get to that here right now. Thanks for everything you do. Okay, so and this is a point of contention I have with David Buss, is, first of all, the preeminent researchers on the research, evolutionary psychologists, the scientists, I would argue it's probably, is it Stephen Gangstad? No, it's Marty Hazelton and Stephen Gangstad. I think I hope I'm getting his first name right. And there's others. Basically, they are the research staff of Marty Hazelton at UCLA. Okay. Marty Hazelton has a great book. It's called Hormonal. And if you ever want to see what the very robust studies are about ovulatory shift, that's a great book. If you can get past her trying to, get her feminist street cred in every damn chapter, once you get past the first two paragraphs, you can get in some real good data. She's been doing this research for as long as I've been writing, really. I've been quoting her, I want to say, since like 2002. And prior to that, she was a student of Dr. David Buss. So was Dr. Godsod, for that matter. I think Gangstad was as well, if memory serves. But now, suddenly, Dr. David Buss was all on board with ovulatory shift, which is, you probably heard me talk about this. I put it it's in at least two of my own books. Ovulatory shift is the idea that when women are in the proliferative phase of their menstrual cycle, that they look for and behave differently, sexually proceptively, I believe is the term, with guys who have the 666, right? The chiseled jawline, the V taper, six-pack abs, guys who have more masculinized features. It doesn't necessarily mean that they have to have like a Lamborghini. They're just looking for the guy who's a hot dude in the foam cannon party in Cancun. He was hot, I was drunk, and one thing led to another. When women, I've made this speculation. I've said in the past that when women want to go on a girls' night out or they want to go to a weekend in Vegas, it's usually maybe whether they know it or they don't, synchronizes, let's say, with that part of their ovulatory cycle. So if it's on this particular week, more likely than not, whether they know that they're doing it or not, that's usually about the time that, I'm going to go off with my girlfriends. Is that okay? Can I go to Vegas? What happens in Vegas stays in Vegas. We're in an open relationship anyways. But the idea is this, is that when women are in the proliferative phase, which is about, I want to say it's like 14 days, or maybe it's 12 days prior to the egg dropping, prior to ovulation, right? That's when women are actively, and not just women, by the way, because she also does animal studies as well, Dr. Hazelton. And she's been notorious for this. She has been doing this research for well over 25 years now. And it's not just about petitioning women saying, self-reporting stuff. It's also about like I'm sure you probably heard of the smelly t-shirt experiment. There's also sexual ornamentation. I've talked about that. Like, why are hoop earrings? Hoop earrings. That's where that comes from, by the way. The bigger the hoop, the bigger the hoe. Red dress, like red cocktail dress, is pretty good indicator that woman is in her proliferative phase of her menstrual cycle and is probably looking for. That's why women get like very defensive, and they get into sort of intersexual combat with women who are in high heels in a nice cocktail dress. They got tits out to here, and they're looking good. And what's the first thing out of lesser women's mouths? Oh, only sluts dress like that. No, only women who are looking to breed at that particular time of their cycle are dressing like that. Hoop earrings. I don't know. Don't ask me why it's a hoop. Don't ask me why it's not dingly things or studs or whatever. A hoop. Go watch porn. I would challenge you, guys who are porn aficionados, I would challenge you to find a porn actress wearing earrings that aren't hoops. Try to show me. Oh, no, please don't. But like, make a mental note. Do it for Uncle Rollo here. Like, try to find, if you're rubbing one out and you go, hoop earrings. Like, notice that. I'm like hypersensitive to that whenever I see a girl like on Fresh and Fit or like on another show somewhere. I'm like, there's a hoops noted, hoop earrings. Well, why is that? That's sexual ornamentation. So that's part of ovulatory shift. Now, the ovulatory shift has been challenged and has been criticized for a long time. It's not just recent studies. It's been sort of challenged since I think the first time I saw it challenged was 2014. And it was challenged by a team of psychologists led by a woman who is, I forget her name, but they were doing a meta study on all of Marty Hazelton's work. And by the way, Marty Hazelton, there's a very, I don't say long, but there's an interview between Marty Hazelton and Gad Saad where she talks about what's called P hacking. And I don't mean P hacking. I mean like the rejiggering the stats to find the kind of stat, to find the non-replicability, I guess, non-replicable-ness of certain experiments. Now, so first of all, there's a lot of other variables in this, but there's also more stats and there's more experiments that prove what Dr. David Buss is saying. He thinks that is false, but he was a big proponent of ovulatory shift right up until before he wrote Men Behaving Badly. Why do you suppose that is? Well, he's been making the rounds for over a year now on talk shows and everything else, but his theory is what's called the mate switching theory, and I'll explain that here in a moment. But let me just put the last period on ovulatory shift. Ovulatory shift has been challenged lots and lots of times, but the studies that have been done on it have been found as being guilty of being hacked. It's called what's called P hacking. It's massaging the numbers to find I can't really like explain P hack. She does it better than I. I'll tell you what. I'll put the link to where she has the discussion about how the counter research that was done. She actually helped the people who did the P hacking of her really 25 years of study of ovulatory shift, and in Men Behaving Badly, and also on Mike Sartain's interview of Dr. David Buss. He proposes an alternative, of course, which is mate switching, and I'll explain why I think that's bullshit right now. First of all, the data that he relies upon is all self-reporting, and that's not to say that Hazelton's work didn't also rely on self-reporting. It did, but remember that the studies that she did in fact, I can show you her the link to all of her PDFs of these studies. The studies that she was doing was as far back as I want to say 2008 or 2007, maybe even before that. But again, if memory serves, but like certainly the sexual ornamentation, the smelly t-shirt thing. By the way, the smelly t-shirt thing is like guys would sweat in a t-shirt, and the guys with higher testosterone have a different pheromone or have a different smell to the sweaty t-shirts. And so when a woman is in her ovulatory phase, her proliferative phase of her ovulation, she's going to find the guy. And then again, this is empirical. Okay. So this isn't like self-reporting. This is just, it smells better. The guys who had a higher testosterone count in their sweat or whatever it is in their hormones, I don't know how, the pheromones maybe, but it was very, it was very controversial at the time. Maybe it's not so controversial now, but women who were in their ovulatory phase, the proliferative phase, found the t-shirts that had the higher testosterone sweat in them more attractive or more stimulating, I guess. And they weren't told anything about the t-shirts. There's like smell the sweaty t-shirt kind of thing. Who signs up for that? I don't know. But again, this is not a tell me who you're fucking self-reporting. This is like, here it is right here in front. Like, if this were the case, we're going to find out about it here. Now I'm going to also challenge Dr. David Buss on this as well, because it kind of gets back to some stats that I did on last week's show about the timing of women divorcing their husbands. Because remember how I talked to you guys about last week, I said 70%, we always say 70 to 80% of divorces are initiated by women. Okay, statistically that's true. We can see that. We have the data that says that. Okay, well, how long, first of all, you take that data, okay, 70 to 80%, you take that data, you say, okay, when is the average age of first marriage? Okay. For men, it's about 30. For women, it's about 28, 29, 28 and a half, right? Somewhere around there. And then how long is the average duration of marriage for the ones that fail? And, you can look at 5 to 9, or 1 to 4 years, 5 to 9. And there's the data. I showed you in fact, I still have the data sets here in my slides if you want to see them. But those, is there a predictable pattern? Yes, there is. Women tend to initiate divorce in somewhere between 5 and 9 years before they divorce the husband. Okay. So how does that jive, those stats, how does that jive with the mate switching hypothesis that Dr. David Buss throws out? Now, I would argue that the reason why he wants to step away from ovulatory shift is because the findings of ovulatory shift are very unflattering to a gynocentric social order. They're very unflattering to maintaining tenure at whatever, maybe he's not in teaching anymore. He's 70 years old. I don't know if he's still doing it, but it's very unflattering. You don't sell books to women with the data sets that Marty Hazelton and Gangstat have been collecting for 25 years. You sell it with an alternative to it, and you sell a book called Men Behaving Badly and how men need to shape up and do better with these stats, right? Or these hypotheses. So we've got to abandon the far more empirical, far more well-researched, far more robust studies than just the mate switching hypothesis that Dr. David Buss offers us. So what is mate switching? Well, the idea is that women are primarily focused on status. And this holds true. I just said this a moment ago, that when a woman is, say, she's married to a guy and they make the same amount of money and she makes more, then that guy, she gets a gain in status, but effectively that guy gets a drop in status as well. So effectively, we're focusing more on social conditions, prompting women to want to leave a partner and therefore be more, financially stable, of course, but also he's not the best I can do. Again, the hypergamous doubt. I've said this a million times on this show. The hypergamous doubt is based on one question. Is he the best I can do? Well, when she got married, perhaps he was. Now that she's got the promotion and he's lower status and she's higher status, now he is another child in the house. Now he's not pulling his weight. Now he's not making more resources than he can expend. Now she has to ensure his security rather than him securing her security. And therefore, that's why you see when women get a promotion, it precipitates divorce. I have the stats if you want to see them. So if that's the case, then clearly mate switching might be a hypothesis. And I'm not saying it couldn't be. I'm not even saying that they couldn't coexist, because women are very interested in long-term security. I'm just saying there's a reason why Becky fucks the pool boy and she still stays married to the guy who's, her sugar daddy. And it ain't because of mate switching. The reason why more women are cheating today than men ain't because of fucking mate switching, man. Again, remember, you can take that from a marriage perspective, but you can also take it from a long-term relationship. So you don't have to be married to be cheated on. You can say, hey, it's my boyfriend, my girlfriend, right? You can have some sort of, verbal agreement, at least, let's just say, we're official. You're my boyfriend, you're my girlfriend, and you would cheat on her or she cheats on you. The same impetus is there. The formalization of it, not, marriage as a formalization is not there. But is it because of status? It might be. Or is she cheating because she doesn't want to lose the material long-term security and maybe emotional investments with the guy that she's with, but he looks like destiny. And so she's got to fuck a hotter, better dude. And so that prompts cheating. Is that mate switching? No, but she's still cheating. She leaving that one guy for another. See, that's the thing, is I think it's foolish to compare ovulatory shift with mate switching. I'm not saying mate switching couldn't be a valid hypothesis. I'm saying it doesn't erase ovulatory shift, because when you look at mate switching, you have to presume that you have two people who are mated, right? To switch a mate, you have to be mated in the first place. And that is my biggest fucking problem with these guys. David Buss, I love you. You're a consummate statistician. You do great fucking work. Pinker, great fucking work. Farrell, great fucking work. Hector Garcia, I can Jordan Peterson, Jeff Miller, all you guys, Dr. Jeffrey Miller, all you guys, great freaking work. Just take it just this much further. Stop trying to force fit your data sets into what you hope is going to be true, rather than looking at the fact that like the dots that Rollo Tomasi, this guy doesn't have a freaking doctorate in goddamn anything, is a popular dude because I'm connecting dots that you guys are unwilling or unable to do. And that's what I mean by this. Is like, most of these guys, every name I just mentioned, Peterson, Jeffrey Miller, Buss, all these guys, their only focus when it comes to mating strategies is the beta buck side of mating strategies. It's the long-term security. It's the, is he the best I can do question. Is it protection, provisioning, and parental investment? That's the only thing that matters. And it's clearly not, because women are cheating more than men now. So why is that? Because they're all switching? Because they were all mated and they're switching to something else? No. It's because they are living in a time where they are spoiled for choice when it comes, whether it's actual or it's imagined. They're spoiled for choice, thinking that they have more opportunities, more mating opportunities than at any other time in human history, man. That's why. And ovulatory shift is absolutely not erased by mate switching. The only reason mate switching seems like whatever else is simply because you're only focusing on the long-term security side of women's dualistic mating strategies. Alpha fucks, beta bucks. Women fuck guys because they look like Jason Momoa. I was hot, or he was hot. I was drunk, and one thing led to another. The hot guy in the foam cannon party. What happens in Vegas stays in Vegas. More women are cheating. Why? Well, even having the alternative guy, even having the plan B guy, right? The guy who's the dick in the break glass for in case of emergency guy, right? That's about long-term security. Yeah, you can make that. Yeah, women do definitely keep a plan B, and they get really upset when that plan B finds another chick and goes off, and you don't get that attention anymore. It's very nice for women to have orbiters, particularly if they're not 100% sure about the guy that they got with, and they're kind of hoping that plan B actually becomes something or gets better or whatever. And that's why they get upset when they're pining for another guy who was their plan, was their wait for me guy, right? Yeah, you might have a case with that. You might be able to say, okay, well, it's mate switching. The problem is you have to be mated to switch in the first place. So mating strategy and ovulatory shift, it has less to do with beta bucks and more to do with alpha fucks. So if you want to say mate switching, I would say let's look at the beta buck side of it. But if you want to talk about ovulatory shift, let's look at the alpha fuck side. Hell, you can even look at that ovulatory shifting. The thing that gets me is, and I saw this in Sartain's video with him, his interview, is the idea that they're like, I've preached. I've had done shows trying to, I guess, elevate the conversation about this shit. But one of the things that a lot of guys tell me is, well, hypergamy, hypergamy doesn't care. You wrote a whole chapter on it in your first book. Yeah, hypergamy doesn't care about a lot of the things that you think that are fail safes, are insurance policies against infidelity, against cheating, against women cheating. So hypergamy doesn't care that you're a good dad and you did the homework with the kids and you took them to piano recital. Hypergamy doesn't care about the vows that you made at your wedding. Hypergamy doesn't care about, the fact that you're both the same religion. Hypergamy doesn't care. Hypergamy is what it is. But I'll tell you the other thing is it's not a straitjacket because too many guys think that it is. I've done full episodes on hypergamy. There is a very lengthy chapter at the end of the Player's Handbook, where I talk about how the misconceptions of hypergamy, also false equivalencies, believing that men are just as hypergamous as women. They're not. Only women are hypergamous because of their mating, their innate mating strategies. But I don't see mate switching as, I'm not saying it's invalid. Maybe it is. I mean, we could certainly see in terms of like, divorce from, a woman getting a promotion. Yeah. But does that invalidate ovulatory shift? Well, the problem is too many guys take ovulatory shift as being like a death sentence. Well, why would I ever want to get married at all? Why would I ever want a girlfriend, Rollo? I won't be the best she can do, and she's just going to leave me for another guy anyway. So I don't want to invest. I don't want to lose my investment. Why would I invest in a woman who you're saying, hypergamy doesn't care? So eventually she's going to find a bigger and better deal, and she's going to go off with him and fuck that guy. Well, the problem with that is like women get older and men get older too. And some women have those opportunities and some women don't. Some women have moral, ethical, religious, even personal convictions, right? That is a buffer against hypergamy. There's been buffers against hypergamy for as long as human beings have been social. Same thing with what's fascinating to me is the same guys who will tell me, hypergamy is a straitjacket. I'm not going to it's an opportunity cost loss. I'm not going to do it because women are just hypergamy. And those are the same guys who, when you talk about how like religion is a buffer on hypergamy, or how men need to be take responsibility and have self-control, we teach men to buffer our mating strategies way more than we do for women. But in doing so, you also illustrate the fact that it's possible for us to buffer our innate mating strategies in the first place. It used to be that the church would do that for us. It used to be that society would do. Like if you're a single mother, that was a deterrent, let's say, at least against the worst aspects of hypergamy for women. We would call a woman a gold digger because that was an aspect of hypergamy. We would say, oh, you don't want to be a cuckold because that's a part of hypergamy. Men cheat more. Okay, well, but women still cheat. Well, why do they cheat? Okay, hypergamy. Well, you can't just keep using that over and over and over again to like, is there a way around that? Is there a way to condition that? Are there buffers against hypergamy? Yes, there are buffers against it, just in the same way as there are buffers against guys walking around with a heart on all the time and being out of control with their, like, letting the little head think for the big head. We teach boys to be way more self-controlled and way more repressive of their sexual natures because men's sexuality is always on. Women's is cyclic. That's a real big difference. Anytime somebody tells you, hey, man, women are just as sexual as men. No, that's a physical impossibility because men's sexual nature is always on. We are opportunistic breeders. We have to be ready to go at a moment's notice, ejaculate and evacuate. Women take longer to get hot. Women take longer to work up to it. Women have to have a reason to have sex, right? Women have more to lose in the sex act because they could get pregnant. There's all kinds of shit that we can talk about. But to say that women are just as sexual as men is a fallacy. Now, women are way more sexual than most guys want to believe they are. And women would love to use the smash the patriarchy, right? That we're sexually repressed. No, you're not. Today, I would say across the planet, in this time, in this era, women have never been more sexual freedom than they ever have before. And yes, I'm well aware of all the shit going on in Iran and the hijab and everything. The very fact that you're talking about that, the very fact that there's like international outrage over that, forget the girl's name, but the girl who was on TikTok or something like that, and she was in Iran and she took off her hijab or whatever. The only reason you're hearing about that, I mean, there's probably been a lot of other incidents that are almost identical to what this girl's been going through. In fact, I think I remember one girl getting like arrested or disappeared back in 2018. Very similar situation. Yeah, the reason you're hearing that is because, well, November elections are coming up pretty soon, and we need some international outrage. And by the way, I think it's October 8th or something. International Women's March coming up. Can't wait for that episode. But it's, once again, it's playing on this idea that women are in some way sexually repressed across the globe. We're not free. free the nipple. Like you, and in no other time in history have women been more sexually free to do whatever the hell, to cheat, to do whatever they want, to define the terms of sexual expression. Women always get, that's why they always get naked, right? That's why I keep saying, you want attention, that's how you get it. However, great. Thank you for that question there, Larry Dixon. I was going to talk about that actually during this episode. I might as well have got to it right now. I'm not discrediting ovulatory or mate switching theory, but I don't think that it erases ovulatory shift. Now, people say, well, it's not really replicable. Yeah, well, I can also point out the fact that for the last 15 years, more women than men are getting doctorates in psychology. The researchers, all female. The researchers who are finding the confounding, well, it doesn't look like a ovulatory shift is replicable. Well, let's see. Marty Hazelton, a female who has been doing this research for 25 years with a staff, found this stuff out in an era before the wokesies decided to invade psychology and to define the terms of education, higher education. There are far less. One more stat I can give you. The APA is littered with women. I want to say it's like 86% female in psychology right now. So how does that affect looks like we couldn't find any replicability? Yeah, because it's very unflattering, but they've got to find the data anyways. Is very unflattering that Marty Hazelton found, which is why she has to get her feminist street cred in her book Hormonal. Because if she doesn't, then she gets, loses her tenure at UCLA, or she's not asked to do any, she doesn't get asked on Oprah to go and be interviewed. She doesn't get to do TED Talks anymore. So you got to kind of put things into perspective as well. I would say that the psychological landscape has changed so dramatically, along with everything else. I mean, you could even make the same case for STEM fields, but the psychology, as far as who's doing the research right now, is overwhelmingly female. The fact that Dr. David Buss is a dinosaur. I mean this respectfully, but the guy's 70 years old. So who's doing the research? Who's he drawing? Where is he drawing his data from? And then why does mate switching seem like a good alternative to that? I think the problem that we're looking at, I'll tell you why it seems like a good alternative, is because mate switching relies on social constructionism. It's the idea that women are primarily across the board, and the studies will bear this out, are looking for guys from a long-term relationship, are looking for guys who are made, who got more money, who are financially stable, who are generous, who are, it's the 37 country research, I believe, across the board. Women find guys they're gold diggers, they're prostitutes. They're looking for a guy who's got a lot of money, because in the long term, women know that they won't be maximally attractive for more than, like, say, 10 years in their lifetime. So they're always going to be more interested in long-term security than they're going to be in having fucking the pool boy, because that might jeopardize the fact that they've got a guy who's got a lot of money. That is very, very idealistic on the assumptions of a seasoned psychologist such as Dr. David Buss. So it's always focusing, and I would say the same thing about Dr. Jordan Peterson. It's always focusing on the beta buck side of the hypergamous coin, right? Alpha fucks, beta bucks. No one, as far as I know, and maybe, I would actually give Jeffrey Miller his props. Jeffrey Miller talks about the alpha fuck side all the time, but he's too focused on trying to justify poly for anybody to think he's got anything else going for him. But when I look at the data sets, it's like, remember, I've been in the manosphere for a long time. I've talked to a guy like Nick Krauser, who says, the manosphere, the red pill communities, the game communities, the seduction communities have done more for sexual psychology and social intersexual dynamics study that in just like 10 or 15 years than all of the social sciences, all of the psychological sciences have ever done for intersexual dynamics, because they're willing to go out there and put it to the test. They're the researchers, and they're doing the field tests out in the field because they want to get laid. They're in the clubs. They're doing it. As goofy as Mystery was, as goofy as, Owen Cook is, they were out there at least doing experiments that no one has ever done it before. And certainly Dr. David Buss isn't going to do that. He's more relying on self-reporting. Oh, this is why I left my husband. Oh, yeah, you already have a husband. What about how does mate switching work for women who are single? How does mate switching work for the chick in the club who is like, I'm not looking for anything long. I'm 23 years old. I'm not looking for anything serious, but I do want to go out to Electric Daisy Festival, find a hot guy and fuck him in the foam cannon party. Well, how does mate? Well, she wants to get with that guy, but not that guy. Well, it's not mate switching. He was hot. There's a reason why the hot fireman calendar outsells the dad bod calendar. And it ain't because of mate switching, man. How is this not fucking obvious? I feel like I'm taking crazy pills. Why am I the only one that's like bringing this up? I don't have a DR in front of my name. I'm not Dr. Rollo Tomasi. I'm Professor Emeritus. Why am I the only one?
Say my name.
Why am I the only one pointing this out? And I don't need, it's not even, I don't need research. I'm just pointing out the obvious here. It's unbelievable. Well, you don't have a doctorate. You don't have his depth of understanding. Well, okay. Square me up here, man. Why is it that the hot guy in the foam cannon party gets all play? Craig, what did you say? Greetings from Melbourne, Florida. Greetings. I own all 5 Rational Mail books. Good. Did you read them? And the audiobook as well. I'm spreading the word as tactfully as possible. Man, good luck. Don't get canceled. I'm probably next. This information has changed my life for the better. Thank you. Thank you very much. It's Red One Studios' first day of operation. Everybody gets a Don DeMarco Hollow Band. Oh, I know you. You're on the Fresh and Fit crew, right? All women are the same anyway. How they behave in your presence is all about your command, such as presence. Your command, such presence, according to their best short-term interest. Go read the 5th book, and you will understand command presence. Larry Dixon, again, is the thumbnail the postman always rings twice? Bingo. You win. You get another one. Indeed it is. Jack Nicholson. And by the way, what's funny is like that movie, if memory serves, that movie came out after One Who Flew Over the Cuckoo's Nest. I think The Shining was 1979 though. Heavenly Light. Heavenly Light. Is there any way not to become too emotionally detached to a girl so that you keep working on your own and not letting your focus down? Just practice. You have to become your own mental point of origin. That, again, people think that like the red pill is turning these guys into these unemotional robots. I've never said anything like that. I said we are way too emotional. Emotionalism rules the day. Our thought process is yes, but that doesn't mean, Rollo said we should all be like Mr. Spock. We should all be logical. You can't. Please try. You won't. You can't be, and I'm not. Neither would I want you to be. You're gonna have to be. But the thing is, there's a difference between a guy who understands emotions and understands the physical aspect of emotions and knows that they are not magical, heavenly light that falls down on them from above. Being in control of your emotions and also understanding that men process emotion differently than women do. Keeping that in mind will most definitely help you from becoming an emotional like tampon for every girl. So it's all about like, you guys remember when I tell you about how you have to internalize game, you have to become the game. That's part of it for sure. Rollo, in your experience, what percentage of women cheat on their husbands and boyfriends? Well, funny you should ask that. I have, where is it? Oops, is that it? No, that's not it. Where did it go? While we're here, why don't we read the New York Post article? And we can actually look at a little tiny video here. Hopefully it'll go through. This is the article that was mentioned in the Savos on the Street video that I showed at the very beginning of here. I'm going to actually kick back to another video here in just a moment, but I want to show you this article first. which is right here. And I don't necessarily need to share the audio, but let's do this. Okay, so this is the New York Post article that they were referencing a minute ago. Can you see that? There you go. Okay, so a growing body of research suggests that women struggle with fidelity more than men. This is the one. Now, this is from August 23rd of 2022. So very recent. This is, you'll see. Should I play the video? Yes, I'll play this little video. Hopefully this isn't screw. I'm not going to play the music because I'll get a copyright strike for that. I learned the hard way, but it's okay because there's closed caption. The men, Wednesday, Martin and anthropologist, Thursday, Queen says women crave variety and novelty in the bedroom. The new research is correcting false notions that women have lesser libidos, that women are more naturally monogamous, and that they're easier for women to partner for life with. Women don't like sex less than men, but they do get bored of sexual. Okay. The best-selling author. Look at that, man. Hold on. Whoa. Wait a minute there. I'm pretty sure she definitely likes sex a whole lot more than she lets on, right? That's the partner? The best-selling author, who's been married 22 years, broke down the difference between sexes. I think that's them. I hope that's not like some stock footage. It looks. Does that look like a let's see, an age-appropriate pairing? Does that look like Scott Adams and his girlfriend? Let's see. Men may have a higher levels of spontaneous desire, which is a drive like a hunger or a thirst. Meanwhile, women are actually friskier when it comes to responsive or triggered desire because men and women don't have the same sexual response. When something suggests the idea of sex to you, you're watching or reading something, or a partner initiates a sexual encounter, you get turned on. Well, this kind of sounds like, oops, let's put that on there. Sounds like ovulatory shift. Now let's read the rest of this. This is actually, that was the little quick hit video that's supposed to entice you to read the rest of everything here. Science is finding that women struggle more than men when it comes to staying faithful in relationships. Even when your marriage is good, you still miss that rush of feeling so excited you can't eat or sleep when you have such an intense time emotionally and sexually with a new person. That's what I kept going after, and what I couldn't say no to. That's how Annika, 45, from Melbourne, Australia, not Florida, describes her experience with cheating, and she's far from alone, according to a growing body of research. That's where the study is. Where is that from? Body and Soul. Is that what it is? Bodyandsoul.com in Australia. Sex, relationship. How many people have cheated on their partner? News. Okay, so many women in long-term relationships are sexually adventurous and have secret lovers. Sister wives, do you have a secret lover? Let's see. Women are more likely to cheat, more likely than men to cheat, according to this new study. The view that it's mostly men who cheat because of their partner loses interest in sex is outdated. Science says that it's actually women who struggle more with monogamy because they get bored in the bedroom. No, I would say that they struggle with monogamy because they have the perception that they have more choice than they actually do because of social media. However, let's see, get bored in the bedroom. Let's see, where's that from? Once again, Body and Soul. That's part of that same one. Women crave sexual variety, and while some stifle their desires, others will be unfaithful. Does that seem like perhaps a guy like Destiny, or a guy like Trillstein, or a guy like Jack Murphy, or whoever? Name your favorite cuck, right? Does it seem like perhaps that maybe cuckoldry, or an open relationship, or whatever, or non-exclusivity? Do you see the reason why that could be an adaptation here? Wednesday, Martin, an anthropologist and author of Untrue, refers to this new research as the Great Correction. Martin interviewed dozens of sociologists, sex researchers, and anthropologists for her new book on female infidelity. And I got to read this now. It says the sad, sorry picture painted of the female libido is grossly wrong. And let's see. Yeah, that's from her. It's alive and kicking and eager to be satisfied. The new research is correcting false notions that women have lesser libidos, that women are more naturally monogamous, and that it's easier for women to partner for life. Explains Martin, women don't like sex less than men, but they do get bored of sexual sameness. Or is it because they believe that they have more choice than they really do? While males may have higher levels of spontaneous desire for women, women take the lead for responsive trigger desire. How this is like in any way revelatory, I don't know. Again, also explained by ovulatory shift. While males have, spontaneous desire is when you suddenly think it would be nice to have sex. It comes over you like hunger or thirst, says Martin. Responsive or triggered desire occurs when something suggests the idea of sex to you. You're watching or reading something, or a partner initiates a sexual encounter and you get turned on. Once again, from the top. Here, let me put myself back in here so you guys can see me. I'll read the rest of this too. Yes, men and women are different. Wow. Almost as if romance literature is like pornography for women. Almost as if social media is pornography for women. Almost as if 50 Shades of Grey is pornography for women. Oh, I'm reading about sex, and therefore it's really kind of turning me on because I've had time to sort of process this, because women's sexual response is slower than men's. Men's, evolutionarily speaking, had to be quick, hit it and quit it, ejaculate and evacuate. For women, you have to work up. They got to have foreplay, right? They got to get the juices flowing. They got to have somebody, they got to have a guy who knows how to do that, and knows how to, let's get it on. You got that very white, dulcet bass tone voice. Come on now. Oh, what's it? Buffering. All right. Let's see. Shall I read the rest of this to you? Yes, let's keep going. So yeah, I mean, I don't see how this is any way like a revealing new study here. While males have higher levels of spontaneous desire, women have more triggered desire. Yeah, because that's how the machines work. It's not that women have triggered desire or spontaneous desire, or surprise. Men don't want to fuck like women, and women don't fuck like men. Imagine that. But now we've got to have some like sort of terminology. So we say, oh, here's how things really are. All right. Well, kind of sounds to me like ovulatory shift. This backed up in all of this. The reason women cheat. Martin says that the myth of women cheat for emotional reasons while men cheat for sexual reasons is also overturned. What else might be overturned by that? The mate shifting strategy? I don't know. Perhaps. Well, let's keep going here. She cites that research by Missouri State University on a group of women who used the Ashley Madison website specifically to cheat. If you don't know what Ashley Madison is, it is a site specifically engineered to link up people who want to cheat. You guys know what Ashley Madison is, right? Okay. Go Google it. You'll get it. Ashley Madison is not a person, it's a website. This research explodes several of our most dearly held notions about female infidelity, that women cheat only when they are unhappy in their marriages, that unlike men, they seek emotional connection, not sexual gratification, and that women just stumble into affairs, says Martin. Does that sound like the mate's shift strategy, or does that sound like the ovulatory shift strategy? Which one does that research back up in this case? What theory, what hypothesis is reinforced by this? Okay, the women studied went on the site, created a Torsha, if you're watching this, we really got to do this as an episode. The women studied went on the site, created a profile, vetted candidates, met them in person, and auditioned auditioned them because it takes longer to warm up. This was a very intentional process. They wanted to find partners for sex. They reported being in sexless or orgasmless marriages, and they simply wanted what they couldn't get at home. But most were otherwise happily partnered or married, and these affairs were a way for them to remain in their primary relationships. So there goes the myth that women who cheat are unhappily married. There also goes the theory of mate shifting, Dr. David Buss. Right? How do we reconcile that? Are we going to write a book? Maybe that should be my next book. Women behaving badly. Women on Ashley Madison. Here. There we go. Kind of sounds like an ovulatory shift to me. When do you suppose these women were looking for? When do you suppose the idea of sex first occurred to them, or what time of the month? Okay, so let's see. Most were otherwise happily partnered. And by the way, I don't want to get too facetious here. I do have to point this out because this is a point that I was going to make. It is that even in Dr. Marty Hazelton's research and Gangstad's research about ovulatory shift, they make this clear. And I actually posted this, or I put this in my my essay about how hypergamy is not a straitjacket. Okay, so here's the thing. Is that yes, when women are in the proliferative phase of their menstrual cycle, they want to get with the guy who is more masculinized, the guy who's taller than them, the guy who's got the chiseled jawline, the guy who's like, ripped, and the guy who's like, they want to fuck Jason Momoa. Okay. They want to fuck, Chris Evans or Chris Hemsworth. I named the dude, right? I keep, no homo. I keep coming back to Momoa because every girl wants to fuck him. They want to have sex with that guy who's more masculinized. Now, does that mean that if you are in a marriage, your wife is going to go out and try to find Jason Momoa at fucking, Dre's at the top of the whatever hotel that is she going to go and actually seek out that guy when you're you might not look like Jason Momoa, but you're still in good shape and you look good and she's happy. She's happy. She's satisfied with the relationship. Is she going to go out and look for the hot guy in the foam cannon party? Or is it more practical and pragmatic to go, you know what? I'm really horny right now. My husband's looking really good. He's out there chopping wood in the backyard. Honey, come in here. Yes, there is evidence for that. In fact, Dr. Marty Hazelton already pointed that out as far back as like 2009, I think, 2008, 2009. It's actually why muscularity is sexy. She's got a whole, there's a great, I think it's a research, it's a PDF. It's called Why Muscularity is Sexy, right? And so when women are in that proliferative phase, if they're dissatisfied with the relationship, they're going to go fuck other guys. They don't want to lose their millionaire destiny guy. They don't want to lose Trillstein because he's got money. But they want to go out and they want to get laid because they're not in a relationship that's either long-term satisfaction or whatever. They want to go get fucked. And here we have it. Women cheating more than men, and not for the reasons that mate shifting would in any way support. So what's the better theory hypothesis here? Is it ovulatory shift or is it mate shifting? Because mate shifting depends on one thing. You have a mate. You're there. He's dropped the ball and she wants a bigger and better deal. Oh, okay. Well, you're thinking in terms of long-term security. But here, clearly, we have women who want to seek sex outside of the marriage because they're looking for variety. They're dissatisfied with the guy. Even Dr. Marty Hazelton accounts for this, saying that women who are already in a satisfying marriage or relationship, they are more proceptive sexually with the guy that they're with. Why wouldn't duh? I'm with the guy that I want to fuck. Why would I want to go out with this guy, especially if he's the best I can do and he's the alpha and he's definitely rocking my world and she's really into it? Yeah, she's going to want to fuck you because you're the guy that rocks her world. If you're not, then that's when you're going to have problems. And then you could call that mate shifting if you'd like. but it doesn't disqualify or discount ovulatory shift. Got it? Okay. Okay, another critical piece of research from Dr. Marta Mina at the University of Nevada. Reno? UNR, really? I got to look her up if she's here. Dr. Marta Mina, the University of Nevada. They would have said UNLV if it was, so it's got to be UNR. Found that, Dr. Marta Mina, I got to write that down, man. Found that institutionalized in a long-term partnership dampens women's sexual desire more than men's. Men who have regular sex with their partners are more satisfied sexually and with their relationship, but it's not the same for women, she says. Now, sex researchers are entertaining the possibility that women simply need variety and novelty of sexual experience more than men do. It's a notion women like Gabriella, 28, from Sydney, Australia, have been aware of for some time. I've had lots of affairs since my first long-term relationship when I was at university, Gabriella says. I love sex and I get bored easily. But men take an affair as an affront to their masculinity. No, they take it as an affront to investing in you in the long term and the contract that is implied between the two of you when you imply exclusivity and the idea that perhaps some other dude has his dick in you, and that is triggering, what do we know, children? Jealousy. And why is he jealous? Because it's paternity. He wants to ascertain paternity. It's not about an affront to masculinity. It's about an affront to his investment in you as a long-term partner and a long-term potential for paternity. He doesn't want to get cucked. Got it? Good. They all think they should be enough for me, and when I try to discuss ways of keeping the interest alive, they treat me as if I'm not normal. What should normal be? A woman who lies back and puts up with boring sex just for the sake of it? That's the story women have been sold, and it's just wrong. Okay, well, there also is consequences that come from those decisions, dear. And so I'm not saying that you shouldn't be loose. I'm not saying that you shouldn't go out and have great sex with whoever you want. I'm just saying that there's going to be downstream effects of the decisions that you're making. Don't be surprised when guys think that they don't want to invest in you because they can't trust you not to go and fuck the pool boy or anything else. Okay? It's a story as old as time. Further exploding the myth that women are made for monogamy is the work for biophysiologist Meredith Chivers. Oh boy, she is one of my favorites too. At Queensland University in Canada, Chivers and her team invited women and men to watch porn. Nice. While they wait a minute, hold on. You know what? For the rest of this one, we got to do this. Where'd it go? All right, here we go. Further exploding that myth that women are made for monogamy is the work of Dr. biopsychologist Meredith Chivers. At the Queensland University, while they had monitors on Chivers and her team invited men and women to watch porn while they had monitors on their bodies to measure physical response and blood flow. Those are, by the way, are called plethysmographs or something like that. I've actually written about those in the past, which showed their sexual arousal. Yeah. Straight men were mostly turned on by images of heterosexual sex, and women, shocking, and women having sex with women. But the heterosexual women had a more varied arousal menu. Women's bodies responded to men having sex with men, women having sex with women, men and women having sex, and images of an erection. Yeah, they also got off on animal sex too, bestiality, we're just going to say. And I'll explain to you how I know that. We traditionally think men get turned on by everything, and the truth is that women's bodies respond to more sexual stimuli, says Martin. There you go. Okay, thank you, Dr. Meredith Chivers, for explaining that all hot and spicy for us. Okay, where else? Let's continue down here. Looking after lust and libido. So, does the unleashed female libido always lead to infidelity? It does. It doesn't have to, says Martin. Not if women can talk frankly to their partners about the desire for sexual variety and adventure. She says this can avoid the inevitable boredom that besets many long-term relationships. Women start providing service sex. He wants it. I really don't want it, but I will to get it over with. That's duty sex. That's obligated desire. Gentlemen, I don't know how many times I have had to explain that. The women get into the cycle of thinking, I guess I don't really like sex. It's actually that they're not liking sex with the partner they've been with for many years, she explains. As simple as a simple thing men can do is start a new exciting activity together, such as learning how to kayak or dance together. Couples get a rush of neurochemicals and hormones. Yeah, perhaps not being a fat ass would contribute to your sex life. Let's see. So you can get that feeling of excitement without going outside the relationship, she explains. Imagine how much better relationships would be if couples understood that when a woman starts to feel sexually bored, this doesn't have to mean the end. Think of the marriages and the relationships that could be improved if women could discuss their desires for sexual adventure and work with their partner to find the solution that brings them closer together. Okay, so now we have explored our sexuality with Dr. Meredith Chivers. That's the thing. Now, here's the other thing is, let's see. I can also show you, let's see, here we go. I've got another one here, Infidelity Statistics. Now, the thing that throws people off, and all the girls that were in the interview here that Mark and the Sabo brothers were talking about in their on the street interviews, the thing that throws people off is the fact that we have this preconception that it is guys who are doing most of the cheating. Well, when you look at the GSS studies, as we have several times from 2008 to 2018, we see that guys between the ages of 18 and 29, I think, is the demo, are having like way less sex, like self-reporting, right? Self-jerking. I mean, I think it was close to 28 or 30% of guys. Like we're saying these guys are freaking sexless. And if you go past that demographic, even the guys who are, I think it's like 3 times as high as it was from 2008 to 2018. And if you go past that demographic into like the 30 to 45, 31 to 45, I think, demo, I have the graphic. If you go past that, even guys who are, who, I mean, statistically speaking, would be married already, are having less sex in that same demographic. So does it not follow that women would cheat more given those statistics of sexlessness amongst guys, whether they're married or they're not? Yeah, I mean, statistically speaking, we don't have to do research for that. We just check the numbers and we compare different data points. We can figure that out for ourselves. So with that in mind, do women cheat more than men? Probably now more. And I'll tell you why, because I have the infidelity stats right here. What is this? Oh, can I reload this? There it is. Okay, I found this one. Okay, this is another one. Research finds women are more likely to cheat in a relationship than men. Oh boy, this is all over the place too. This is also in India. I've got one that says women cheat more than men in India. I've got one in Canada. Extramarital dating app Gleeden found that 55% of the married people in India had, on the app anyways, had cheated on their partner, and 56% of them were women. That's interesting. Let's see. Oh, I got this other one here. I'll read this other one to you here as well. I think I wanted to go through that. Let me see. What is this? Is this from the 2017? Why the saying once a cheater, always a cheater is scientifically true. I've got that. Who cheats more? I've got this from family studies here too. Damn it. I had one here just a second ago. Where did I go in my history here? Let's see. No, not that one. Oh, yeah, here it is. This was from, is this the New York Times? A New York Mag. That's what it was from. This is from the New Yorker Mag. And by the way, this is where I pulled the thumbnail from. Women are now cheating as much as men, but with fewer consequences. I thought this was also very, very telling. By the way, this, in fact, you know what? Let me throw this on here. This is actually a pretty good one. I would be remiss if I didn't put this up. And this is, here we go. I'll share that with you real quickly, and you can see that. That's, by the way, Postman always rings twice. Yeah, that's where I lifted it from. Sorry, not sorry. Let's push this up. Let's make this a little bigger. There we go. Okay. This is from New York Mag. Now, remember, this is May 26th of 2016. I think one of the problems that I see, because I can find you stats that say, well, you know, women are cheating more, but men still cheat as much now. Okay, this is from New York Magazine. It is May 26th, 2016. So we're looking at what, for almost like 7 years ago, right? So 4, 5, 6. Yeah, about that. Women are now cheating as much as men, but with fewer consequences. Now, of course, the New York Post just said that they're cheating more. Yeah. Oh, it's Jessica Lange. That's who that was. Oh, you're right, man. She was a piece of ass back then, wasn't she? Okay. Rebecca, a mother of 2 in a quiet New England town, must clarify. I myself have not had an affair, she says. Sure you haven't. But many days feels like she is the only one. In the past few years, 3 of Rebecca's closest friends have ended their marriages following year to 2-year-long affairs with men. All 3 were working and traveling, she says. All had younger kids. 2 left home, voluntarily giving up primary custody to their exes. Killed the party. We were all best friends, and now we barely speak, Rebecca says, but we run into each other at soccer I thought they gave up the kids, in a small circle of friends. It seems crazy, but this happened 3 times. The crazy part, she elaborates, is not the apparent epidemic of adultery, but it's the women who seem to be fueling it. Okay. A report, where is this? Here we go. It's perhaps another milestone in the march to equality. Women and men are now taking an equal opportunity approach to extramarital hanky-panky. A report out on the Kinsey Institute at Indiana University found that for the first time in modern history, women are cheating at nearly the same rate as men. Remember, 2016. This is the same rate. Got it? Good. Here we go. Another study published by the National Opinion Research Center 2013 General Social Survey, the GSS study of 2013, found that while the percentage of men who admitted to infidelity has held constant over the last 2 decades, the percentage of wives who reported having affairs rose almost 40%. Gary Spivak, founder of Fidelity Dating, a dating website designed to help users find a loving non-cheater, typically after being two-timed. That's an old school term. Says that last year's membership on the site was largely female. Just 1 year later, it's an even 50-50 split. Experts suggest that there are a few reasons for this shift. There's the internet, which has made finding a better and or different partner easier than ever. Opportunity, options. Who has the opportunity to cheat? Who has the reason to cheat? As I was saying before, there's opportunity. More women are working outside the house and meeting new partners in the process. There's economics. As women are increasingly filling the role of family breadwinners, they no longer need, in quotations there, see this, kids, right there, no longer need men the way they used to, and so feel freer to take chances they otherwise might not. That's the theory anyways. Then again, a 2015 study by researchers at the University of Connecticut guys, found that while for men, breadwinning increases infidelity, for women, breadwinning decreases infidelity. That's the opposite if a guy is making more money. The remaining faithful, writes a study by remaining faithful, writes study author Kristen Munch. Breadwinning women neutralize their gender deviance and keep potentially strained relationships intact. Another recent study found that some women are genetically predisposed to extra pair bonding. Sound like ovulatory shift and not mates shifting? Let's hold on. Where is it? Okay. Euphemistically speaking, men don't have this gene. But the prevailing theory is that modern marriage is what's killing marriage. And that, again, we need marriage reform. That the more deliberation women put into whom they pair up with, the more willing and motivated they are to make a move when something's not working. The gender gap in adultery is closing, and it's not just about opportunity and possibility, says Dr. Helen Fisher, who I know, author of Anatomy of Love, A Natural History of Mating, Marriage, and Why We Stray. Good book. Also, she was the one who wrote Men on Strike, which came out right at the same year as The Rational Male back in 2013. But it's about choice. Women are now more aware of the alternatives to monogamy and more inclined to demand to have all of their needs met. All of their needs. The demand to have all of their needs met. That's because happiness is such an important part of marriage. Fewer women are marrying out of need. Instead, they're marrying to please themselves. Got it? Well, who are they marrying? I don't need a man. I want a man. What man do you want? Well, Jason Momoa. But that also means when they're dissatisfied with something, they feel justified to go somewhere else. All right, I'm not going to read the whole bloody thing, so let me stop sharing that. Again, that is from New York Magazine. It says beta male. And that was May 26th, 2016. Guys, ladies, anyone watching this is not a new trend. This is not something new. Oh my God, my stars and garters, women are cheating more than men. That's 2016. That's 2016. All right. Let's see. I got one last one here for you before I move on to video time. Where is that one? I actually have quite a few here, but I want to do the not the IFS one. Where's that other one? No. This one, statistics. This is Infidelity Stats for 2020. Okay, so let's fast forward to four more years here. Okay, this is great. Infidelity Statistics for 2020. Do women or men cheat more? Now this is for 2020. It was published January 4th, 2021. Okay, Infidelity Statistics comparing 2018 and 2019. According to the statistics for both 2018 and 2019, men are more likely to cheat than women, as supported by the data from the recent General Social Survey, which says that 13% of women and 20% of men admitted to having sex with someone who is not their spouse while married. This is not a new thing, as the trend for the past 2 decades says that the total number of cheating was largely remained the same. What? So what's the news? What's new though is that there have been a 40% increase. There's been a 40% increase in the number of women cheating. Male infidelity remains steady, and the survey says more men cheat than women. Sexual satisfaction is the main reason for cheating in most cases, except for those who were cheating online. Get that? That's very important. Let's look at that again. Oh, it highlights in orange. Sexual dissatisfaction is the main reason for cheating in most cases, except for those who were cheating online. Wait. Doesn't sound like mate shifting. Sounds like you want to fuck somebody. Sounds like you're not. It doesn't sound like, oh, I'm going to move on to the bigger and better things. Does not sound like mate shifting whatsoever. Unless you're going to define mate shifting in terms of like fucking and the alpha fuck side of hypergamy. We were seeing a shocking 40% increase in and women cheating. Why? What? Why is that? It's a Scooby-Doo mystery. Maybe it's because women have the perception of greater choice than they did before. I don't know. According to a study by YouGov, apps and online dating has been making it easier for people to cheat. The study adds that men are 3 times more likely to use dating sites and apps for casual sex than married women, and that approximately 1 in every 6 people in dating apps are using the app to cheat in their relationship. Which gender cheats more? Of the 2 genders, which one cheats more? Although men are still cheating more than women, recent data from the survey by the National Opinion Research Center at the University of Chicago says that the gender pattern is changing. The younger the respondents are, the higher the percentage of women who have cheated, a difference of 2.9% between women who are between the ages of 18 and 24 versus women who are older than 65. Clearly, come on now. And the opposite is true for men. What ages cheat more? Okay, we can look at these. I didn't want to throw. This is really good. Are beliefs and religion a factor in cheating? It seems that following a faith makes people cheat less. Those who attend church more are less likely to cheat, although no specific religion stands out for faithfulness. Iron disciples, you might want to address this, because it's not just Christianity, it's all religions. Does family history and background play a role in cheating? 18% of the respondents who did not grow up with both parents cheated, compared to 13% amongst those who grew up with both parents, whether the parents are adoptive or biological. Got it. Do cheaters tell their partners? Are divorcees more likely to cheat? The Institute of Family Studies says that 40% of those who cheated on their new spouse has been divorced in the past. Only 17% of those who were faithful were separated or divorced. 76% of divorcees who never cheated remarried, while 50% of divorcees with a history of cheating remarried. More men than women who cheated remarried again. That's always going to be the same way, though. So that's good enough. I think we've beat this horse for a little while now. Okay, that was 2020. Those were the stats for 2020. Fast forward to 2021, 2022. Now women cheat more. And for why? Because they want to fuck the pool boy, because they are in a relationship that is sexually unsatisfying, and they have opportunity, or they have at least the perception of more opportunity in a global sexual marketplace. Got it? Got it, David Buss? Got it, everybody? It's not mate shifting. They're not trying to trade up. They just want to women want to get laid. And there's plenty of guys out there they would rather share a high value alpha than be saddled with a beta loser. I wonder who said that back in 2006. Not me. That was actually Pook. Thank you very much, Pook. Women would rather share a successful high value alpha than be saddled with a beta loser, with a beta schlub, a faithful schlub. That was actually it. Be saddled with a faithful loser. That's what Pook said back then. Wow. Here we are, almost like a decade later, over a decade later. Maybe those red pill guys actually know what the fuck they're talking about. I don't know. Let's see. I'm going to catch up here. Iron Disciples. Hey, thanks for shout out. Yeah, you got it, man. I wouldn't mind doing a show with you. Like, maybe a quick hit one if you ever want to do something. So here, that's for you. I did see your response video, and it was measured. Again, I want to like you guys. I think your heart's in the right place. Haloban, what would be the best age for a plate? 20 to 22. In their party years, they are more susceptible, accept their own medicine from the opposite sex. I don't know. It kind of depends on what you like. There's pluses and minuses to that. I would not say 20. I would say 21. You want a girl who's at least of legal drinking age in the United States. I will go there. That would be the lowest, and the highest, I don't know. Kind of depends on where you're at. I don't think there's any particular ideal. Yes, there you go. Let's see. So I'm reading reading off some pretty damning statistics here that would probably lose my tenure if I had a tenure at a major university. Sorry. Was Andrew removed because he was a threat to the gynocentric social order? If men become aware of female nature, they might reassert themselves. Well, it is definitely a threat. Andrew was removed because Andrew figured out how to successfully game the YouTube algorithm. That's in a nutshell. Now, what he was saying made him cancelable, but the fact remains is that he successfully gamed the YouTube algorithm. And by the way, gamed Instagram and gamed a lot of these other platforms. Not saying that I think Andrew's great. I'm just saying if you want the real reason why he got canceled, that's it. Because big tech doesn't want you to repeat that. That's why. Let's see. Having trouble squaring red pill endorsed, open on male side, closed on female side, ideal. Why do you think that that's red pill? I'm serious. Okay. On female side, idealized relations with information in sex at dawn. What's your point of view? Sex at dawn is bullshit. That's my view. Sex at dawn is bad info. Sex at dawn is based on the idea that human beings should be peaceniks, peace-loving, egalitarian bonobos. Before you ask me about sex at dawn, I will require you to read one book. It's called The Naked Bonobo. It basically diffuses and completely contradicts all of the bonobo studies in sex at dawn. So that's that. The other thing is don't think that the red pill endorses anything. The red pill is not about endorsement. It's not a philosophy. It's not a doctrine. It's not a philosophy. It's not a belief set. It's not conviction. It's not an ideology. It is a praxeology. There is no red pill endorsed anything. There is just data. How you decide to parse that out, how you decide to connect those dots. I mean, I connect dots all the time. I'm not telling you what to do, and the red pill sure as shit ain't telling you what to do either. It's a lifestyle choice. If you think that that's the most pragmatic way to arrange your love life, then hey, have at it. But it's not an endorsement because there's no governing body of the red pill that says this is endorsed and this is not here. This is kosher and this is not. That doesn't exist, man. But I will say this, be careful what you read. Sex at Dawn is very dated stuff and has been really kind of refuted, I think. Go look up the book, The Naked Bonobo. Honey Salmon. YouTube wouldn't send a super chat. With Andrew removed. Yeah, of course. Spelled normally, they're trying to hide the fact, that they can get rid of people. Here's a secret. They've always been able to get rid of people. And they always will. I'm shadow banned on Instagram. You will not find Rollo Tomasi. You will not find rational male unless you type in rational_male. And then you'll find me. They have their ways. Trust me. It's big taste. It's the Matrix. It's the Matrix, dog. Leo Stone. Rollo, found you at 19, now 23. Changed my life. 60 body count. Boxing, working at Fortune 2000. And also pitching a tech startup. Thank you for everything you do. I hope to meet you one day and shake your hand. Me too. Wait. There you go. It is the first day in the new studio. Everybody gets a Don DeMarco. Let's see. Oops, there's Alex. Alex, did I get to you? Oh, there you are. Social media has destroyed the sexual marketplace. I think if a man is less than an 8, it might be better not to even have social media. I disagree, but I see your point. What I would say is if you're less than an 8, okay, so geographically speaking, location speaking, I think that I'm not saying that there isn't such thing as a league, but I'm saying league. If you've read my book, you'll notice, what is it? I think it's Iron Rolf Tomasi number 8, actually. A league of their own. Right? I think that was the name of the post. A league of their own. There's no such thing as leagues. Don't, Iron Rolf Tomasi number 8. Never, always let a woman figure out why she won't fuck you. Never do it for them. And the reason why I put that as a rule, as an iron rule, is because league mentality is self-defeating for guys. You might be if you're not an 8, you're out of the running. Well, what if you're 7 and you have the potential to up yourself? Or maybe perhaps like you're a 7 now, but you know what? You'll be in the gym, you're putting on muscle, you're making more money, you got better social skills, you got game. And now suddenly 6 months later, you're an 8. I mean, in your own estimation, right? Or whatever, league wise. Well, did you shoot yourself in the foot by saying, fuck it, forget it. I'm not going to have an Instagram. No, I don't know. I think that's kind of a defeatist mentality, Alex. I'm not saying that's you per se, but it's never do it for them. If you shoot yourself in the foot, if you defeat yourself before you even get into the game, then you're fucked. I mean, you're basically saying, I'm going to lose, so I'm just not going to play. Let's see. Antonio Espinoza says, in the current market, should we learn to abolish LTR and marriage? Plus the fact that we don't evolve backwards. No, we don't. I don't think, the current market, abolish LTRs and marriage. No. And I'll say the reason why you're not, first of all, I think it's impractical to do that. And then second of all, I think that the machine isn't designed for that. And I'll explain why after I finish the rest of this coffee. Okay. Because men want kids and women want kids. The reason why Iron Disciples, here you go. I'm tossing another bone here, guys. I've said this a million times. We're better together than we are apart. Men and women are innate, natural, created, whatever you want, complements to one another. Physically and mentally, we are, this is us, right? We're meant to be together. And the more that we are apart, the more fucked off we are. Okay. So that's part of that. The other thing is that I think that the idea of monogamy, socially enforced monogamy, however that's formalized, if it's marriage, if it's LTRs, whatever it is, whatever socially enforced monogamy looks like in the coming future, I think there's no way around that. Because I think that, and this is me spitballing here, this is Rollo Tomassi, the philosopher, right? Rollo Tomassi, the scientist, the armchair scientist, the pothead philosopher. I would argue that we are promiscuous by nature, but we are also monogamous by necessity and by choice, really. We're monogamous by necessity, but we are promiscuous by nature. So when people tell me, don't you think that monogamy is natural? Yeah. Well, don't you think that promiscuity is natural? Yeah. It can be both. They're not mutually exclusive. You can have them both together, right? In fact, that's what most of these guys try to do. I got my main girl and I got 4 other side pieces that I bang on the side, and I got these girls on my roster. And at no other time in history could a guy who is a high value dude be able to sort of like maintain and manage that. I got an app for that to manage my Izzos. It's called Izzos. It's the Izzos app. Somebody needs to make that how to manage your plates app. But in no other time in history have men been able to do that. Also, primarily because women are more willing than ever to share the high value guy because they don't want to be saddled with the faithful loser, as we just showed in all the data I just presented to you prior to all this. Okay. So, women are ready to cheat, and they're not cheating because they're mating status and social constructionism. It's because they want to get their rocks off, just like anybody else. So do I think that we need to abolish LTRs and marriage? You're not going to. I don't think you could. Socially speaking, I don't think you could. I think marriage needs reform. Absolutely. If you want to have a covenantal marriage where it's just you, God, and your family and your countrymen and your religion, great. I think that's probably more of a stable situation than anything, because that's a marriage and a contract, let's just say, an unconscionable contract. Yeah. But if you can base that contract on mutual beliefs and social accountability, then you're going to probably have a stronger union. Whereas like you'll probably hear old people say this all the time, you know, hey, when my day, we never got divorced. Now you got divorced. There's plenty of people who in your great grandmother's generation who got divorced. Shut the fuck up. Okay. However, marriage rates and sticking it out were way more common then, because, you know, you'll hear, especially old women will say, or men for that matter, will say like, oh, well, we knew how, if something was broke, we would just fix it instead of throwing it away and trying to find a new one. Ooh. You know, that's like good old, you know, Pepperidge Farms remembers, like, great. It's a great folk tale, but the real thing is that the social stigma for divorce and for, you know, out of wedlock marriage and for like cheating on your husband or cheating on your wife, the consequences and the accountability are way more significant then than it is now. It's not that they worked at it. It's just you just didn't do it. So there's a social aspect to it as well. But now all those buffers are out the window. So should we abolish LTRs in marriage? No, I think men and women still want to be monogamous with one another simply because we have it as part of our psyche, because it's the best way to raise children is to, in some form of monogamy. A man, a conventionally masculine father and a conventionally feminine mother, nurturing mother who it complements the man complements the woman. And therefore those are the models for the children for masculine and feminine. And that way you don't get drag queen story hour in your local library. Okay, so we need that, and we will still get that, because if monogamy wasn't at least a feature of human psychology, we would never have become the apex species on this planet. So are we promiscuous? Yes. Are we monogamous? Yes. We have to be. We have to invest in our offspring, because our offspring, like I said, big head babies. Right? If we don't, they die. We all die. Everybody's dead. If people aren't monogamous, at least for a time, then, you know, long enough to like have the kid raised, if their people aren't monogamous and women aren't cuckolding guys all the time, then we're screwed as a species. And that's simply not the way we are. So monogamy is definitely a feature of human psychology, of the human psyche. Nurturing, oxytocin, you know, serves a purpose. By the way, female orgasm, I believe, serves a purpose of bonding two people together so that, well, he gets me off. I'm going to stick with this guy. I don't want to cheat on him. He gives me orgasms all the time. Rock and roll. Okay. And then what happens after the post-nut clarity? That's the oxytocin that kicks in. Oh, I love you too. I ain't never leaving you. That's the best dick I ever had. Yeah, baby. I'm the man, you're the woman. I'm laughing, but it's like, how is this not obvious? So there's like, you know, there's a biological aspect of it as well. So you've got that. Oh, by the way, and you know, now that we're on this point, one of the things that I when I was considering the idea between like let's say conflict, the idea that like the mate shifting hypothesis, which I believe is really founded in social constructionism. So shame on you for being an evolutionary psychologist who has been in every other, you know, realm against that idea, against the blank slate. But when we look at mate shifting and we look at status and we look at the foundation of status as being a social construct, really, because it's variables from society to society. Okay. What I would like to, here's a question I would pose is if it's mate shifting is the foremost hypothesis right now, rather than ovulatory shift, then how do you explain concealed estrus in women? How do you explain the fact that estrus is, and theoretically speaking, once again, the reason why human females have concealed estrus is so it confounds the alpha male from discovering the fact that he's been cucked, or any male for that matter now, because, you know, we've sort of progressed since then. But how do you explain concealed estrus? Because human females don't get, you know, big rosy red asses when they're in heat. And we go, okay, well, or we can, we're not a species that can really detect whether the kid is ours through, you know, smell or pheromones or whatever else. I mean, not reliably anyways. And the only way we could actually verify genetic, you know, lineage was when we finally, 1974 was when DNA tests came out, I believe. And then, of course, we plotted the human genome, and now we can like find out if our ancestors are Genghis Khan. But how do you explain the adaptation, that's very obvious that human females have concealed estrus. Now, the idea, of course, is so that guys don't kill the babies, and that they don't kill the, if you don't know, that could have been your kid, you don't want to kill that kid. And you don't know whether I'm in heat or whether I'm not in heat. I have concealed estrus, although there's outward signs as when a woman is like hot for it and not. But I would like to know if that's the case, and how is that? Why would there be a necessity for, like, pretty much every other primate has, like, well, with the exception of a few, has obvious signs of, are obviously in estrus. Why is it that human females have concealed estrus? It's not, again, it's what I see anyways. The dots I'm connecting is because it's ovulatory shift. It is a survival adaptation so that, a woman can breed with the best genetic specimen and also get a long-term security benefits from the less than best genetic specimen, and have, enjoy long-term security by cuckolding. Cuckolding for women is a feature, not a bug. Is it unethical? Yeah, fuck that. That's why that's why male mating strategies and female mating strategies are adversarial. That's why they have concealed estrus. That has nothing to do with status. It has everything to do with alpha fucks and beta bucks. How do you square that one? Also, you could also say this. Why is it, and I brought this up several times as well, if mate shifting is the leading hypothesis, then why is it that human female ovum can select between competing sperm? Why is it that a human female ovum can decide, I want that sperm and not that sperm? Slows, puts out a protein. Thanks for that. I see the estrus one. Thank you, Sam, for that. I actually did a full essay on estrus, human estrus. Why is it that the human female ovum can select between, two men or more sperm at the site of conception? Because there were two men who had sex with this woman simultaneously, and there happened to be two sperm in the uterus at that time. Why? Well, you could say, well, because she got raped, right? Or because she was, whatever. But the idea, even if that was the case, even if like forced copulation was the standard in history, you could make the case that exists because guys were just, running trains on women back then in our ancestral past. But the thing is, the adaptation had to be at least, evolutionarily beneficial. So would that not in some way, I mean, maybe not as well as the estrus argument, but like, would that not in some way confirm ovulatory shift? Fuck the pool boy, get his sperm, and then convince the beta bucks guy that it's his kid and he's responsible for it. And he's got to pay for it, and he's got to, be parentally invested in a child that's not his own. And she's got to keep up the act until such time as we have genetic testing and he can figure it out on his own. Or if you're white and the baby's black, the jig is up. So how do we square that? There's that's what kills me about this. Again, it's like, I'm the only one asking these fucking questions. Who is asking these questions? Oh, let's go and get a bunch of girls here and see if they're really into, why did you cheat? Oh, because of status, and I wanted to shift to a better mate. Well, that sounds really good if you live in a gynocentric social order and you're trying to have some sort of like girl world flattering information about female nature. Great. Bravo. But it doesn't square against a much stronger hypothesis, which is still ovulatory shift. And that doesn't taste good to a psychology department that is primarily run by women. So how do we square that? I'm just asking these questions. Maybe I'm the crazy one. Divorce is not justified in the Bible, only separation. Well, a lot of women in, because you're just going to say, oh, no, this is what you're going to say. A lot of women.
She's not a Christian.
You're just going to say she's not a Christian, but that's the rationale that I see. Well, actually, when I was doing my studies for book 4, which is The Rational Male Religion, the idea is that Divorce is never an option unless there is sexual infidelity or there's sexual infidelity in the marriage. And then Jesus says, okay, you can get divorced. Go with God. Vaya con Dios. That's how women sort of justify the fact. Well, infidelity to me is an emotional affair. Infidelity to me is jerking off to Pornhub. So therefore, that sexual infidelity, I'm out. Bye. Give me the money. Give me the kids. Cash and prizes. I'm out. Finally got my out. Thank you, Jesus. That's why I brought that up, by the way. Thank you, Jesus. I got my out. I can leave this motherfucker while I'm still sexy enough to get another man. Lord, please strike my man dead. Please send a lightning bolt to kill him while I'm still good looking. Don't have to. He's jerking off the porn. Oh man. Hey, wait. Let me see. Anything else? Was that the last one? No, that's not the last one. Let me keep going here. I have to show you these stats. Oh God. They're too good not to. I know we're getting towards the 4-hour mark. I don't want to go 4 hours. I promise I won't go 4 hours. Let's see. I see an Infamous Rifle. Thanks for participating today, my good friend. Cultural change and more options for women than any other time in history. Yes. Or the perception of more options than any other time in history. That could be enough to trigger this, by the way. So I would argue... what's that? Just like they won't admit that a cloth face mask. Yeah, no, I don't want to put that one on there. Oh boy, I didn't have anything to do with that. Don't say the C word, my friend. Don't even put it in the chat. They'll just web scrape it and call me out. Well, for crying out loud, I have so many of these things to get through. I have a video to show you too, really quickly. But before, actually, maybe I won't. It's not that long. Maybe I will. So do women cheat more? Yes, they're cheating more and more every day. Oops, wait a minute. That's good. Oh, there we are. Honey Simon, patriarchy or societal collapse? Pick one. Thank you. Bravo. Here you go. Enjoy the decline, my friend. Enjoy the decline. Let's see. Last but not least. Oh no, God damn it, man. Big Mo, my brother. Here we go. That's for you. You get that. You get this.
Say my name.
You get this.
Goddamn right.
And you get this.
Tell that bitch to be cool. Say bitch, be cool. Be cool. Say bitch, be cool. Tell that fucking bitch to chill.
That's what you get, Big Mo. Thank you. Shout out to the Sabo brothers. Yes, by the way, Big Mo had a stellar interview on the Red Pill Lions podcast. Go check that out. You know what, Big Mo, you impressed me. You impressed me the day I met you. But you know what impressed me more was the story about you like crying in your car over a missed opportunity. I'm like, that's why Mo is cool. That's why I am so effing happy that you are where you're at right now, my brother. Thank you for being you. You know, it's funny is Mo, I actually, Kevin will back me up. I talked to Kevin right after that, or after I watched that interview. And I said, now do you understand why I like Mo so much? I said, now do you understand why I want to work with guys who are hungry? Like you guys, like Tori, like Savo brothers, like Mo, like Giovanni. There's a few other guys. I'm sorry if I don't mention your name, but there's a few other guys who I think are really, really hungry right now for this. And that's why I stick with those guys. That's why I put my energy and my effort and my money into these guys' projects, because they're hungry for it. Mo is hungry as fuck, man. And I don't mean that in a derogatory way, but he is like hungry like for success and he's hungry for like doing something significant with his life. And that's why I appreciate Mo. And I appreciate Tori, and I appreciate Kev, and I appreciate Giovanni, and I appreciate who else is in here? Oh my God, you guys, you're killing me with all this stuff. Thank you, Big Mo, for being Big Mo. Dr. Thunder. Dr. Thunder also hungry for it. Thank you very much, Dr. Thunder. Here you go. That's for you. Dr. Thunder is one of my... I've done his show before. Dr. Thunder is an incredible musician, by the way. Actually has a doctorate in music. Knows what he's talking about. I got two more, don't I? Thomas Vandenberg. With women only swiping yes on the top 5%, actually it's 4.5% of men on apps, I would call that entitled level of hypergamy. What, in your opinion, would be the reasonable level of biologically natural level of hypergamy? Hypergamy doesn't have levels. Hypergamy is not like one woman is not more hypergamous than another. Okay. Oh, I hate, man. The thing that really pissed me off. I want to piss off Rollo. You take my work, or you take a pretty easy to understand concept and you like completely redefine it yourself. Hypergamy isn't like, it's not like a state. It's not a verb. Okay. You're not, one woman is not more, let's go hypergamying. No, it's like a subroutine. Think of it as a subroutine that's running in a woman's subconscious. So, and again, I'm not calling you out, but like I'll look at guys who I forget the dude's name from 33 Secrets or some shit like that. They're like, a woman is, and her open hypergamy is a social thing, not a biological thing. She's more hypergamous than the other. No, all women are hypergamous, period. End of story. How they manifest that is by the woman, by the culture, by the convictions, by the religion, by the society, by the whatever the fuck it is. How it is manifested, how it is buffered is particular to a cultural effect, to a social effect, to whatever else. Always, I don't care if the girl that you met at Bible study is just as hypergamous as the one that club slut that you met down at Lex. Okay. The hypergamy doesn't change. It's just manifested in different contexts. So is there a natural level of hypergamy? No, because you're thinking of hypergamy in terms of intensity versus like less intensity. And that's a flawed way of looking at it. But in fact, I would be concerned. Not that I think this is possible, but if it were possible, I think I would be very concerned if a woman wasn't hypergamous. She'd be asexual, essentially. Like, well, I'm asexual. I don't think about sex at all. Really? No, even lesbian couples are hypergamous. Seriously. Still looking for that masculine versus the feminine. You are welcome, my good friend John, L.A. John, Lahren. Thank you very much for that. And I got Mitchell Edmonds. You get one too. Matthew 19:9 says, Jesus says, except it be for fornication. Married people don't commit fornication. Married people only commit adultery. Jesus is talking about different couples. Well, I'm glad you're here to interpret Jesus for us, my friend. I'm glad you know better, because I sure should don't. I got to show you that. Speaking of Jesus, let me throw these, just a couple of quick hit data sets for you real fast. I have two of them. Where did they go? Lastly here, let's see. These were some really, I forget whoever sent these to me. Thank you very much for sending them to me. 5, and that one's 4 and 5. Okay. Is that it? Yeah, that's right. Okay. I believe these were off of the IFS database. So that's the International Family Studies. Okay. Mind-blowing statistics. Okay. Over 40 million Americans are regular visitors of porn sites. 2, the porn industry's annual revenue is more than the NFL, NBA, and Major League Baseball, MLB, combined. It is also more than the combined revenue of ABC, CBS, and NBC. Those are American Broadcasting, commercial TV. 3, 47% of families in the United States reported that pornography is a problem in their home. 4, pornography use, you're rubbing it out, come on, increases the marital infidelity rate by more than 300%. Put a bookmark in that one. There's another correlate to that. Okay. So that's what dovetails into today's topic here. 11 is the average age that a child is first exposed to pornography, and 94% of children will see porn by the age of 14. And by the way, as I was saying before, I think I saw my first like Penthouse when I was like 9 or 10. That is not hardcore pornography. That is not what 11 to 14-year-olds are exposed to today. Number 6, 56% of American divorces involve one party having an obsessive interest in pornographic websites. Imagine that. What party do you think that is? 70% of Christian youth pastors report that they have had at least one teen come to them for help in dealing with pornography in the past 12 months. Number 8, this was my stat. 68% of church-going men and over 50% of pastors view porn on a regular basis. Wow, let that sink in. Of young Christian adults 18 to 24 years old, 76% actively search for porn. Number 10, 59% of pastors said that married men seek their help for porn use. 33% of women aged 25 and under search for porn at least once a month. Got that? 33% of women aged 25 and under. So, what is the age of first marriage, gentlemen? 28. So 33% of women aged 25 and under search for porn at least once per month. Would that have anything to do with the higher infidelity rates? 11, 33% of women aged 25 and under. Okay, 11 points. Number 12, only 13% of self-identified Christian women say they never watched porn. 87% of Christian women have watched porn. Iron Disciples, are you paying attention? Only 13% of self-identified Christian women say they've never watched porn. 87% of Christian women have watched porn. 55% of married women or married men and 25% of married women say they watch porn at least once a month. 14, 57% of pastors say porn addiction is the most damaging issue in their congregation, and 69% say porn has adversely impacted the church. 15, only 7% of pastors say their church has a program to help people struggling with pornography. And let's not forget, porn fuels sex trafficking of young women and children every click. Okay, well, that's debatable because I've done those shows with Sterling Cooper. I've done actually the first interview I did with Sterling Cooper. That was actually one of my first questions. Is the perception that all these women are like in some way like on drugs, or are they like, is it like white slavery, right? Are they like doing this because they can't get out of pornography? And it's like, no, the women that he's been with are the ones who they enjoy it to some degree. They have to at some point. Nobody's twisting their arm. In fact, Sterling was saying that the girls are getting younger and younger, and they're actively seeking out to become porn stars. What do we got? Been listening for a couple of years. You are animated as hell today while bringing down the heat. Yeah. Well, thank you very much, Damien. Here, you get one of these too. And I'll get even more animated as I figure out the lighting in this freaking new studio. And I, again, apologize for any of the echoiness I have here. Nino Toscani. Oh, Nino Toscani. You're from Italy. In your experience, do middle-aged boss babes tend to have a promiscuous past they regret and later try to cover up for guys they want for an LTR? Yes and no. I have if you would like, I can point you in the direction of the Steve Harvey the Steve Harvey show that I did, where I talked about exactly that. Do boss babes have that? I think if they don't, they would probably like people to think that they do. Women believe in nature, men believe in God. Okay. Women believe in emotion. And I got my good girl, Sarah. Where's Sarah? Sarah. Is that the Sarah Davis gave me a sticker that I can't put up because of stupid StreamYard still won't allow stickers, but you get this. And you get this. And you get, this.
If there's any girls there, I want to do that.
There you go. That's Sarah Davis is my sister wife. She's one of the sister wives. She's got a cheating heart. Okay. Let's see. So those were the stats I really wanted to show you. What else do I have for you? Shall we look at this? Yeah, this is actually a pretty good one. I want to show you this before we go. I've got to throw this one out there. I'm trying to keep it under 4 hours. This is not very long, so let's show you this one. And can I get it? It is in the show video, and I want to leave you with this one because I thought this was interesting. And this is part of the Patrick Bet David thing. What is it? It's a little long. It's 7 minutes. I'll just play the first part. How's that?
Told about, one day you come home, your dad comes up to you and says, Andrew, I'll see you in a couple of weeks. And he's out, right? Yeah. In the context of what happens when there's a conflict and we all react in 3 different ways, fight, flight, freeze. Yeah. In that context, your dad is flight. Yeah. He runs off and says, I don't want to deal with it. I'm out of here. I'm going to do my own thing. Okay. Yeah. In America, a lot of that is happening right now, where it's a single parent household. Yeah. Kids are being raised without a mom and dad being there, and it's just one mom, mom trying to do both. And these boys, my mom couldn't tell me what to do once my parents got a divorce. Yeah. I'm a single mother raising me. I'm seeing my dad every other week. So it's not like he has direct influence to discipline me until I went into the military. Yeah. How much of that, like if you were to go back and think about, what if your dad didn't take the flight approach? What if your dad took the fight approach? What if your parents were together? Would it have made a difference in you? And how do you view, the idea of fathers being there with mom and dad together, family nucleus? Because a lot of times, marriage no longer has,
there we go.
The what it once had, kids are better off being raised with a mom and dad. How do you process that yourself? Because you became successful not being in that environment. Correct. So do you see this as well? It depends. There's exceptions to the rule. How do you process it?
I think it's a fantastic environment. And I think in an idealistic world, that's the way it would be. I think the reason it's not happening today is that I don't think many men actually benefit from marriages or relationships anymore. And people are always going to have to require some degree of incentive. I think that we've set up the world now in a way where men are seen as worker droids. They're expected to go work all day, come home, clean up as well, share the cleaning with the woman, not have no meal prepared for them, not have any authority over the household, and just be a worker droid and be sad. And I don't think that many people understand that men are intrinsically wired to desire respect amongst our peers and in our environments. This is why CEOs work so hard, because they get respect in their company. This is why we all want so much money and fast cars and status and influence, because we're respected. Men desire respect like we desire oxygen. And if a man's coming home to a household where he doesn't feel any respect, he's not going to want to be there for very long. And I think the way you fix this is you need to understand that many men don't have an incentive to be in the house anymore.
Okay, I'm going to stop it right there just quickly. The only part of this that I would take issue with is that men and women have differing gendered understandings of what respect is. So do men seek out respect with other men? Yes, because that's how we have our estimate. Men are hierarchical. I've said this a million times, right? It's all a scale of hierarchy. It's the chain of command, right? Who's at the top? Who's the chief and who's below the chief, right? That is part of respect, but it's not so much respect as I think what the difficulty here in understanding. And I hope if Andrew watches this, which he does, and I could actually tell him to right now. I think that understanding the fact that women have a different understanding of what respect is from a female perspective versus what men understand as respect. What I think he's getting at is really appreciation, not so much respect. Okay, maybe appreciation is the manifestation of respect. Okay, got it. But that woman is not going to respect that guy or appreciate that guy, particularly if she's making more money than he is. If she is more of a man, is more of a husband than he is. So if the man is in a marriage, becomes the wife, or becomes worse, becomes the child. Remember what I said about the protection dynamic? Men protect women just like when men protect women as if they are with the same kind of association that they are the fragile children. Like women protect the child, and that's why women are solipsistic. They have to protect the child and have to protect themselves, and nothing else in the world exists beyond themselves and the child, the potential offspring that they have. Men, on the other hand, look at women just like children in the sense that they want to protect the child. And so when that man becomes the child, then he becomes a resource drain. And that's when women lose respect for that guy, for sure. And as a result, how is that loss of respect manifested within the marriage or the long-term relationship? How is that manifested? In the lack of appreciation. Just get your fat ass into the gym. Just get your ass to work. I make more money than you. Why are you all up under me? You know, I don't need a man. I want a man, right? Imagine this. Imagine you got a woman who needed you in the beginning, and now she doesn't need you because she can outperform you. If your woman is more competent and can outperform you, is better at meeting your burden of performance than you are, of course you're not going to get respected. Of course you're not going to have appreciation for that. When women become the men that they want to marry, that also includes that those women have a burden of performance, or they are at least in some way aping the burden of performance, the masculine burden of performance that men have. So if a woman is like, I'm more of a man than he is, why does she want to stick with you? Why does she want to hang out with you? Why wouldn't she divorce you? Why wouldn't she cheat on you? Well, I want to stick with him because I'm still in love with him. I have an emotional investment with him. I have kids with him. Jesus said I'm supposed to stay with him. There's a million reasons why a woman would want to stay, but she doesn't want to fuck him because she doesn't respect him. She doesn't want to fuck him because she's more of a man than he is. And that's really because we've turned women into the men that they want to marry. Well, when they get into marriages and they've married a guy who is a lesser man than they are themselves, at least performance and qualitatively speaking, yeah, that's a recipe for fucking disaster. So it's not so much about respect as it is the manifestation of it, at least in what I'm getting from Andrew here. It's about appreciation. And I have written a very long essay about that in the first book called Appreciation. Women fundamentally lack the ability to appreciate the sacrifices that men must make to facilitate women's realities. Well, when that woman is the one facilitating her realities, that makes that situation that much worse. Even in the most ideal situations, a woman fundamentally lacks the appreciation, lacks the ability to appreciate men's sacrifices, because that's what men are supposed to do. You are the sacrificial sex. You are the one who is supposed to be, or like by nature or whatever, have an innate sacrificial nature to you. Jesus is a perfect example of that. He's the ultimate sacrifice, right? I put that, by the way, if you want to read more about why I think that, you can pick it up in religion. I can't get into it right now, but anyways, carrying on.
I think that it's actually would be quite easy for a woman. In fact, there's a couple women who even say this on YouTube. I can't remember their names, but it'd be quite easy for a woman to make a man really happy with super basic things. Just go up to your husband and say, hey, you know more about this. What do you think about this? That would make most men's world. There's so many sexless marriages out there with men who work their ass off and they come home to a sexless marriage and kids who don't fucking even like them. If you were to just even ask him his question about some asinine bullshit, a lawnmower purchase, for example, he would feel so happy to feel like the man of the house. That's what men need. They need to feel like all this work I'm putting in, all this shit I'm going through, I'm respected for it. As soon as a man feels like he has no respect, that's the absolute end of a man's interest or a man's tolerance of a situation. I think that's the reason it's happening. I know a lot of men who completely love their wives. They love them with all their heart. They die for her. But he's just not respected in his house. He doesn't get to be the man of the house.
Is it on him or is it on her? Like, does he need to go earn it or is it on her to provide it?
It's a
okay. He's got
combination of both. I think it's certainly on him to earn it, but also the matrix programming.
Okay. Speaking of matrix programming, the reason that's the response that Patrick Bet David has is because he's part of the matrix here. The very reason why that comes out of his mouth is because he wants to believe that it is men's response. He still subscribes to the idea of masculine responsibility will solve everything. Because that's the default response, that he didn't even have to think about it. Well, is it men's fault or is it women's fault, or should men be the one? Shouldn't they be respectable? And then Andrew, to his credit, actually says, it's both, really. But the men who are out there, men are the sacrificial sex. Women are the protected sex. Women are the vulnerable sex. So yeah, of course they do. But of course, the first thing out of his mouth is not, he wants to make it even Steven. He wants to make it about equality. He wants to make it about what's good for the goose is good for the gander, right? Because fundamentally that right there, that response right there, and I'm trying not to run Pat up the flagpole here, but the reason why that response is the natural, innate, default response is because he fundamentally has an egalitarian mindset. That's why. It's like, well, shouldn't it be both, a two-way street? No, we're not talking about a two-way street. You just asked me about whether or not, marriage is a tenable institution right now, and he's giving you the male perspective. You want to recast that in the female perspective, in a female filter, in a female framework. Why? Remember what I said at the very beginning 4 hours ago. Remember what I said at the very beginning of this. It's not about the question itself. It's why you are fucking answering you're asking the question in the first place, because you fundamentally have an egalitarian mindset. Oh, what about the little ladies? Fuck the little ladies. We're not talking about them right now. You asked me about men in marriage. You asked him, or Pat, you asked him about his dad. Well, things would be different if your dad stuck around. That's, again, what if he took more responsibility for it? He's trying to tell you why guys don't stick around. You don't want to hear that. You want to hear, what's good for the goose is good for the gander. You want to hear an egalitarian blank slate. We're all equal. We should be striving towards equality, when in fact we are fundamentally different things. And it will never sink in until you unlearn egalitarianism, until you unlearn that bullshit. Do you want to know why you're interviewing Tate? You took all the time to fly across the ocean to Madrid to get this? Is because he has a different mindset than you, and you just can't fathom it.
It's counter to him. The Matrix programming is trying to tell him that he shouldn't be allowed to be the man of the house, that he shouldn't be allowed to have any kind of authority in any regard. He shouldn't be allowed to be able to say what happens. The Matrix programming is saying the absolute opposite all the time. And if that's getting into your woman and you don't have that much influence, and that's getting into all your children, you don't have that much influence, now you're coming home to a household where everyone just thinks you're the dude who should just fucking work. You're just a worker droid. You're the slave. You're the robot, and your feelings don't matter, and your authority doesn't matter, and get fucked. And this is very conscious. If you watch any Netflix show, the mother is the smart one, and the man is the bumbling idiot. Turn on a show. I dare you. Turn on a family show. The mother is the one. Hey, calm down. I'm smart, and the man's the beer.
Fair use.
Watch any of these shows. They're trying.
Guy, the
all of it.
Married with children.
Any of it. All of it. They're reducing the man to just a bumbling idiot. And it's very hard, I think, for a lot of men to accept being in a position of constant disrespect. I'll tell you this now. If I had to choose a long-lasting marriage with a woman who loved me or a woman who truly respected me, I might choose respect.
All right. I'm going to leave it at that. You guys can check. You guys can pick up the rest of this. This is about a 7-minute video. I want to get out of here before I'm going to go over time. I didn't want to do 4, but now here I am. Yeah. All right. So, and here's the thing. What'd you say? Yeah, I'm totally cool with Valuetainment, but the reason why I'm critical is because I'm cool with those guys. If I wasn't, I would just leave it alone. Okay. You have that's the thing is if I have to call out, I'll call out Andrew Tate. I'll call out Big Mo. I'll call out Kevin. I'll call out whoever, because if I see, again, it's not like an attack on the character. It's like, it's an attack. Yeah. Attack. It's a criticism on, or an inquiry, let's just say, as to why do you think the way you do? I would say the same thing, and you've heard me say this before. I would say the same thing to any girl that is on Fresh and Fit. Like when a woman comes up and says, like when John from Modern Life Dating was going head to head with that one girl, and he was saying, women have been historically oppressed. And then they got into that whole big, long argument, debate, whatever, as to whether or not women have been historically oppressed over history or something like that. Right? Thank you. I know. I'm going to stop it here in just a second, Gunslinger. But the reason why he stopped the show, whether that was a show stopping debate, is because he's saying, where did you learn that? Why is that stuck in your, where did you learn that women have been historically oppressed? They couldn't tell you. And if I ask the same thing of Pat or Adam for that matter too, I say, hey, look, you're thinking in terms, I said the same thing of Ruslan, right? You're thinking in terms of emotionalism. That's what defines your thought process. Remember when I talk about mental point of origin? Your mental point of origin is, well, we got to think of the little ladies. That's because the first thing that popped into your head was, well, what about the men? What about the women? What about them? We're not having a conversation about them. We're having a conversation about men. You want to know why men don't want to get married? Here it is. But what about the women? Fuck the women. That's not the point. That's not what we're talking about. It's because you want to cast it in that framework, in that filter of gynocentrism. That's why. You have to, you got to bore down. You got to bore down to the root of things. You got to distill it down to its constituent parts. When people say, well, Rollo, should I go and root through my, through my girlfriend's text logs? Should I snoop through her phone? Should I check? Why won't she delete her Instagram or her Facebook or whatever else? You know the answer. The bigger question that you don't want to confront is, why are you asking it in the first place? Because your mental point of origin is not on you, it's on her. That's why. It's on what is, should I be jealous? Well, Matt, your instinct is obviously seeing something that your cognitive mind isn't right now. However, the bigger question is, why? Why are you with somebody who you are suspicious of? Why are you mate guarding somebody like that? Why is that the case? And that's what I get at. I'm trying to dig down deeper than that. You can get red meat at any fucking channel you want to right now. I'm asking the tough questions here. And again, I like Pat. I like everybody. I like the Iron Disciple guys. I ran them up the flagpole because I care. If I didn't, I wouldn't do an episode on you. I would, if I didn't think that you had something to say or there's something to consider, I wouldn't do an episode. It's kind of like tough love. You got to fucking discipline your kids, right? Not because I smack my kid up, right? No, it's because you want them to be better. I want Pat to be better. I want all these people to be better. I want you to use the information and ask yourself the tough questions, because apparently you don't have the insight to do it, and I'm the one that does. I want David Buss to be better. I want him to think about things in different terms. I want him to think about things that apparently nobody in his circle of female psychologist friends are presenting to him, because it's easier to sell a book on how men are behaving badly if you ignore the unflattering facts and the unflattering truths that evolutionary psychology illustrates and displays about women. So what do you do? Anyways, that's me. That's my story. All right, guys, I will see you guys. And hopefully this whole studio won't be echoing like a freaking auditorium here. It's huge. I love this place. But I'm going to move some things around. I got some new, I don't want to give it away. I got some really cool effects that are going to be in the back here pretty soon. So anyways, this is not a shitting on women. This is not shitting on men. This is not shitting on marriage. I wish marriage could be. I want marriage to be better. I want men and women to come together. I want men and women to be innate natural complements to one another. This isn't to get you down. Oh, you're so negative. Oh, it's truthful anger. No. I said fair use. Fair use on that last one. Thank you. And Valuetainment's cool with me. I don't think it's going to be a problem. But again, this is not to be negative. This is not to shit on women. I love women. I've raised a daughter from infancy to adulthood. I live with my mother-in-law, who I take care of financially and emotionally, and I love her to death. Okay. She's 2 doors down here now, way down now. I love my wife. I've been married for 26 years. I love Sarah Davis. I love Torsha. I love Sorrelita. I love Echo. I love all my female girls. I love my girlfriends. Yeah, don't worry. You want the full thing? I'll give it to you. People are asking me, hey, why don't you use a Trial of Ascension in your opening? Or I do technically. I mean, we're redoing that song. That's any song that I do is a Trial of Ascension song. So anything you hear here is automatically that way. So. All right. I know I am not, I love Donovan, but doesn't it seem like I love Donovan stuff, but it seems like it's like really cluttered. I like a little bit more like clean. I want some sort of, you gotta have visual interest, but can't have Kevin Samuels like perpetual motion thing going in the background. I'm not going to do that to you. I mean, I'm trying to get my site. My site there is way back over there. So I got to find a way to like sort of tighten things up a little bit. So there you go. Anyways, you'll see me again on Wednesday in this studio. Hopefully things will be a little bit better. Hope you guys have had, I have a hot tub, not in here. I have a hot tub downstairs. It's on the porch or on the patio now. So anyways, thank you guys very much. I will see you guys next week. What else is coming? Oh, here, last but not, I should have said this in the beginning. Don't forget, I will be on with Mike Sartain on October 7th. That is the first launching of our new show. It's going to be called Access Vegas. We'll have 4 very, very beautiful, hot ass Vegas women on there who can carry a conversation. It'll be myself, Mike, and these women. And we're going to start a new panel show called Access Vegas. The pilot for it is October 7th, 10 p.m. Pacific Standard Time. And that's coming up next. So guys, thanks for watching. Thanks for bearing with me. And if you have any questions or have any comments or you disagree, I'm all ears. Just stay factual. Until then, stay rational. See you guys later very much. And yeah, I'll give you the whole thing. Preceding podcast has been a production of the Rational Male, registered trademark 2022. Authorized use only. Don't steal my stuff.